Oh man. Okay, cool. It says excellent. I'm kind of looking too far though. I want to get some of me and some of what I'm working on. There we go, like that. Eh, should be good. Alright, let's go to YouTube. Make sure you're picking up audio. That's it. Alright, so live. There we go. What's up, YouTube? Uh, it's Friday night. I don't really expect anyone to watch this stream as it's live, but it should last, should go into the abyss, and then people can watch it later on. So right now, we're making a 5-channel lamp. So what comes with your 5-channel lamp is the RCA harness. We don't ship this anymore because it always confuses people. Then the subwoofer side of the harness, the speaker side of the harness, and the power side of the harness. So these are the three we're going to be working with. Here's our master. We do have a diagram, but it's always more annoying to look at the diagram than to just follow a master. And then here's the actual plug. So this is the OEM plug in your Acura TL subwoofer. For what am I talking about? This is the plug for your amp, your connections, power. Everything comes through here. This is one of them. I'll show you the one later on. But right now we're going to be making an amp. So in order to do that, we need to prep these harnesses. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to take this, we're going to terminate it, and then we're going to take these, we're going to terminate them. I'll show you. I'm going to grab my right tool. So here's our trusty dandy crimper. And the way this works is we take these, cut them down because we don't need that much length. So then you want that much of the copper wire showing, and then we're going to put our terminal right over it and crimp it down. So let's load our terminal in our crimper. So it looks about right. It's loaded in there. You slide this in here like so. And you gotta watch where it's gonna crimp and then get that good crimp. Now a good crimp is going to have the wire in this piece here, come on stupid bug, and the plastic or insulation in this part here. So this is a good crimp, it's not gonna come apart, and this is how we wanna make sure we get all of our crimps. Yo, what's up everybody? Welcome to our first official live stream. KC, I actually made you a official moderator. I figured out how to do that. There was some guy in here earlier talking about gloves, that he needs gloves or something. I don't know. It's somebody trying to troll, but I figured that's stuff you could deal with now. Back to what I was saying. So what you see on the screen, that's what I'm making right now, the 5-channel amp. So we got 2 crimps down. We got another 8 to go. But these are solid crimps. They're grabbing the plastic and the metal real nice. I want to say we'll probably I'll probably be live for maybe 4 hours, 4 or 5 hours. I want to get all these orders done. Have about 20 orders, so that tomorrow I can have an easier day. I'd like to spend the day with my family, chilling with my daughter and my wife and the dogs. Maybe go somewhere. Who knows? But I don't want to do that and then have these 20 orders like in the back of my mind, like, hey, those need to get shipped out. And then if I don't do them tonight, then it's gonna get left for Sunday night, and then Sunday night there's gonna be a bunch more, so it'll be like 40 orders, and then it's just a way overwhelming. So just get these out of the way now. Also, I don't want you to think I'm complaining. This is a blessing to have these orders. I am excited. I'm happy to do the work. I'm just saying that's how it works out now. You gotta do it now. Alright, so far all our crimps are good. Haven't had it yet. What can happen is sometimes you get too much insulation and not enough wire, or too much wire, not enough insulation. And then what can happen to that is that if someone's installing this, they're not familiar with, you know, how terminals are, and they start pulling, they can pull this out, and then they won't have audio in that channel, and then they're gonna look at you like, hey, you sold me a crappy product. But it turned out to be the crimp. So yeah, what's different from buying a 5-channel lamp from us than just buying this 5-channel lamp online is this right here, this wiring harness. So this wiring harness, you can see, is custom made. We make it here. It's not something made in China. We get the connectors from China because that's who manufactures them, but then they're assembled by hand. We usually try to make these in batches, so we'll have like a set of 15 or 20 harnesses ready to go, so that when we need to ship 5-channel lamps, we're not stuck doing, you know, a bunch of harnesses. The 5-channel lamp is one of our best sellers, so I want to say in a week we'll probably sell between 10 to 15 of them. And then when you're trying to do you're trying to do all these harnesses in one day, you spend the whole day doing them. So you take a slow day and you get 10 or 15 done, you leave them in stock, and then you ship them as needed. But right now I don't have any in stock, so I gotta make 2 by, right now. When I first started, I used to do a continuity check on each terminal, because you just don't know. You don't want to sell something that you know you're not 100% sure on. But now I've done it so many times, I don't have to do a continuity test. But I want to just show you guys what that consists of. So take your meter, and then just hit select a bunch of times. When the wire's whole like this, it should beep. You should hear that beep. So what you would do, or what I used to do, is I would go in here. This is the front face. So I would say this purple one. So if I go to my purple wire, it should beep. And that's how I know that the connection is solid. And I used to always test them, but now I know by my crimp that as long as my crimp is good, then I'm good. And I've done it so many times that usually I don't mess them up. So now we're gonna go insert them. So that's where we need our master. This has all the wires and where they go. The 5-channel lamp doesn't, the wiring harness doesn't, you see like all these are filled in, these 2, but these don't get used. This is for your center channel, but this is a 5-channel lamp, so center channel is not gonna get anything. So all right, so It goes positive front right, and then it goes positive. That click is always so satisfying. Front left, and then it goes rear right positive. Then it goes rear left positive. Then it goes rear left negative. I don't know why it switches it up like that, but that's what it does. And then right below this gray goes gray black, which is front right negative. Oh, putting it the wrong way. Then white, which is front left negative. And then purple black, which is rear right negative. So that covers your 4 speakers. So that goes from the amp to your factory harness right through there, and then gray and gray black. So this is subwoofer negative. Extra subwoofer controller. You're talking about the knob? Hold on, let me see if I can. You're talking about the knob, right? Like this failed, this little harness. If you bought it from us, we'll send you one. We can get these warranted. If it failed on the actual amp, I can get your amp warranted if it's within warranty period. But if this failed, we can get you a new knob. It's not a big deal. So yeah, just what is your order number? I'll take care of it. If you want to throw it in the chat, or if you want to send me a message on Instagram or an email, just give me your order number. I'll get you a new one. Put that one to the side for you right now. So if you do it right now, I'll do it right now for you. So that takes care of the speaker side for the plug and play amp. Right? It just looks like a mess. We have to clean it up. But now I have to do the power side. So these take different terminals. These terminals are bigger. And this has a lot thicker wire. This is, it says it on here. What gauge is this? This is 12 gauge power and ground wire on the plug and play amp. So here are the terminals for the speaker wire, right? Kind of small. Here are the terminals for the amp. I'm just gonna cut some out. For the power wires. So these are a little obviously bigger. They need to handle more current. And these crimp the same though. But these we do have to use 2 separate crimpers. So this one has a big hole. You line it up in there first. Make sure it's good, right? Then you shove your black wire, your red wire all the way through. And you crimp down, and that's a good crimp. That got enough of the wire inside the first sleeve, but you could see that the wire, this terminal or ring around the insulation is still very loose. So that's no good, so we double crimp it with this guy. And that just adds some crimping to the insulation just so it holds better. It's just in case someone really tries to yank on this and try to get it out, it won't come out at all. Alright, so now time to do this one. Cool. Alright, that's good. And there we go. So now that's crimped. I remember when we first got these, we could never find these terminals, and we had these like wonky ones that were a little thinner, and we just come such a long way, man. Just in learning so much stuff and being able to now identify proper terminals and which ones are made by which company and which ones you should and shouldn't. But anyways, these now slide in here, and these should click as well. And we're just following our goes right next to purple, and then goes black. All right, cool. They're all in there, so we can slide this back down. And that's what holds them in place. So the tabs have actual like locking mechanisms, and then this cover at the end really locks it in place. So now they're nicely in there. Now this needs to get zip tied and cleaned up, but since we have to do two, I'm gonna do the other one next. I'd like to know what you guys think. Should we start sending these again? We stopped because I'll show you at the end, but when you send this and people are like, where do I plug this into? And then they're like, where do I plug this other thing into? It can get real confusing for them real fast. And then like they'll call and they'll be like, hey, what do I do with this? And you're like, oh, you don't need it. So we try to avoid those phone calls so that one, we are not tied up just answering to the questions, and two, you're not confused when you're doing your install that you got sent the wrong thing or someone messed your order up or anything like that. I'm gonna try to switch this camera this way so you can see more of me and more of what I'm doing. So one sec, just bear with me, guys. Okay, cool. So now, there you go, that's a lot better. You can see more of me. Let me shift this over. And then minimize this down. Throw that over there. Okay. Let me see it fix itself real quick. Alright, nice. Alright, so now we're making another 5-channel amp harness. These come like pre-stripped, but they're too long, so you cut them down. Same thing here, like you can see it's pre-stripped, but you just gotta cut them down. All right, this one I'm going to do a little faster, and I'm going to tell you some of the specs of the 5-channel amp. So the 5-channel amp is 80 by 4 at 2 ohms. So all door speakers do 80 watts by 4. I've never had these amps dynoed, and Hyphonics or MB Core isn't known to always hit their power marks. But I want to say they're going to come close on this amp. I think you're getting close to full 80 watts. On the subwoofer channel, I think you are getting your full 200 at 2 ohms. At 1 ohm, you're only getting 100 watts, so it's like really not a lot. So you want to make sure you grab that 2 ohm subwoofer. This is our best selling amp, and a lot of people have it. We've been selling it for like 3 or 4 years now, so it has history. We don't really get a ton of failures on these, so I think if you're thinking about it, it makes sense. It can work with an aftermarket radio. It will work if you use our harness or someone else's harness. You just got to be careful with how you install everything. Good projects lately. A lot of projects. Here, I'm going to show you something. One sec. Let me see if I can get on this website real quick. So this app, it's called MindMeister. Okay. So it's supposed to help you plan what's in your head. Uh, that's up to you, man. But here's what I was saying. Come on. Okay, there we go. Now you guys can see it. So this is all the stuff that we have been talking about doing. One of the big things that you're seeing on here, how can I zoom in, is climate display information software for these cars. So these cars suffer a condition where if the navigation fails, your climate control is lost. So we're trying to write software to help you combat that. Then some interfaces, ideas, the screens, the Android screens, some dash kits. Where else? What else is on here? Amps and stuff, harnesses that are missing, speaker accessories, packaging. So all of this stuff is things that we have either decided to work on or are working on or have some sort of advancement in that direction. Not everything here is like anything that I can show you, but there is some research or stuff like that. So these are projects that are going on. The one I'm most excited about right now is the RDX. All right, let me turn this down. Is the RDX screen. I know a lot of people here probably don't have an RDX, but on the RDX, we figured out how to replace the screen and keep the climate information. I just haven't been able to make a video about it because anyone with an RDX we try to talk to is like, yeah, I'm down, let's do it. And then when the time comes for them to show up, they never show up. So that used to happen. That was happening with the ILX. So it's just a matter of time before we can get someone. But that's really what I'm excited about. I was excited about the 9-inch screen for the Acura TL, but that's coming down to software. So everything now is just software, software, software. So the 9-inch screen is good, but just the software isn't there yet, and their team's working on it. I thought about the possibility of like collabing with a developer who really knows their C++, to start developing like a universal Sorry about that. I went to grab this. So these are the firmware boxes that China sells, and these are just translation software. So CAN bus information comes into here, and they send it. I'd like to create a project to open source this. And there's one that exists, but I'll show you what I'm talking about. 1 second. Let me bring this back up. Was it on GitHub? Or was it? Yeah, so this project right here, someone's already working on, and they show you the whole schematic to the firmware box and how it works. Let me shrink this down just a little bit. So what I was saying is they figured out how to do this all already, how to put it in programming mode, and they've written software for different cars already. I'll show you one sec. Like here they're listed, so let's go with the Volvo. And then let's go into firmware, and let's look at IDC files. So all this code, I'm not a C developer. I can read some of it, but this is how you would. This code communicates with the vehicle and then translates the information via this to your Android screen. So that's a project that I have not started at all, but have looked into immensely to create these, just so that they're more. We can do more with our Acuras, because this is really what's going to bridge the gap between old technology and new, is these translation things. Good time for true update is so far in here. You want to keep it stealthy? Yeah, I got you. I mean, honestly, upgrading the factory 8 is, um, I don't know. It depends. I mean, this is gonna sound a little racist, but what ethnicity are you? Because I find that depending on who it is, they're satisfied or they're not satisfied. And I'm not like, it's not a racist thing. It's just a cultural thing. I feel like depending on your culture or who you hang out with, it's gonna be enough or not enough. Because like if you're talking to like a 35-year-old dude who has his wife and his kids in the car, like he's the 5 channel amp's gonna be more than enough for him. But if you're talking to someone who like maybe Puerto Rican or Dominican who loves music, they play music loud. Their whole culture is about loud music, and they have friends and family who are going to be in their car. They're going to be playing loud music for. They're going to want to show out a little bit. So that 5 channel amp, I don't think is going to put out enough bass for you to show out. I think it's satisfactory, but it's not enough to like for you to start turning heads. And I feel like again, it comes down to culture, not really race. I don't know why I said race. I guess what kind of culture are you familiar? Yeah, he's right. You're gonna have to soundproof a lot, otherwise it's gonna rattle. But it's worth it. I upgraded the 8 in my Acura TL. Um, I'm not no crazy like bass head. I don't get me wrong. I would like to put. I had like a little truck. I had a little '99 F-150. I wanted to put subs in that, but I didn't want to go crazy with my TL just because like it is kind of like a family car. So I put anything and everyone in there. So you don't know when you're gonna need the trunk space, and then to have like a big 12 in there and have to take it out to fit something, it's just annoying. But you could get like a 12 that lays down. I thought about doing that. Kicker has like this comp R. I think it's an RT that's in this box that lays down, and you can put stuff right up it. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think I think you'd be more than happy with the sub, then, man. With the sub and the little 5 channel amp, just because you're not at that age or within that culture that like super loud music. Like you're past that, you know. Like, um, so I think you'd be happy with it. Yeah, yeah. See, Casey's kids are gonna be bass heads, um, for life, just like him. But it's like once that bug gets you, it gets you for life, man. Some people do like just either your hearing or just your space limitations. Yeah, Casey's the man, bro. All right, look here. Here's a bad crimp. So I wasn't being careful chatting too much, so I got too much wire and not enough insulation. So if I just mess with this a little, it's gonna take a lot of messing with, but I might be wrong. I might not be able to get it out. I have to really pull with force. But this is a bad crimp. It still makes connection, it still makes sound, but it's wiggly and it's soft, so it could cause some failure in the future. So yeah, no, it's in there good, man. But I'm just gonna recrimp. I don't like how it came out. Hooked into speed. Yeah. no sense though. You want if you think you're gonna want more bass, it makes more sense to to go with a dedicated sub amp and a dedicated sub. But I mean, the plug and play amp, the way you could use it is like you could just bump that little 8, and then if it's not enough, then you could do another amp later on. I mean, it's really up to you. Damn. Oh, did you guys hear what happened with JL Audio? So it's Knowledge Fest this week. There's going to be a lot of new product announcements. One of them is Kenwood actually launched new radios that have like a separate head unit and like so the actual tuner, the brain, and the screen are separate. That just launched. You can go look it up. I forget how the part numbers start, but just look up Kenwood. Hold on, let me just pull it up because I don't even remember. So just go start right here. See Outlook, the industry insight, right? But I'll show you like the most recent news. So these are the ones that just came out. They are the what are the part numbers? Come on, buddy. The DAX series, DAX. They have they really haven't shown them yet, but they have mock-ups and pictures, and it's an 8-inch screen that's supposed to replace a lot of factory screens. So we'll see if they throw anything on Honda or Acura, but I think this is a good step forward for integration into your Honda or Acura, because really the screens there, all that's left is the trace I was telling you about. So maybe iData Link will seal that gap, but it's Knowledge Fest, so there's a lot of information coming out. I forgot why I said that. Oh, JL Audio is getting rid of their dealers. So in 2003, 2023, and when they got bought out, they started like closing rep firms with distribution. So normally, I don't know if you guys know this, but like if you're like Kicker or you're this huge brand, you usually don't have the staff to go out and find little dealers everywhere, little car audio shops. So you engage local rep firms. So like in New York, there'll be a rep firm that'll like cover New York and New Jersey, and they only worry about small car audio shops and trying to sell them Kicker or JVC, Pioneer, trying to sell them whatever. So instead, there's like a middleman. The rep firm's the middleman. So JL said, "Hey, no more middleman. We're gonna see what we do about distribution." So they're changing their distribution plan. So like JL Audio used to be like JL Audio used to be like this premier thing that only premier dealers could get, and like there's a lot of territory restrictions. It's about to become more widely available now. I think like someone like Best Buy and other major retailers are really gonna start carrying it. So we'll see that. All those changes are happening. And there's going to be a lot of announcements this weekend into early next week because of Knowledge Fest. Um, a lot of stuff doesn't really get innovated with Acuras or Hondas, but I always take a look to see, if anyone came out with anything. That's a great question. Yes, the dealers that carry JLR, they're going to lose their margins. So one of the reasons why JL Audio is regarded as such a high tier brand, because like as a dealer, like let's say you come into my shop and I sell you JL, you make a good markup. So like normally markup you get on like a Pioneer something would be like 25-30%, maybe if that. With online pricing, you're more down in 10% range, so you can't really make money. So JL Audio used to limit who would give its price, which allowed them to control the price as well. So on JL, you could make, let's say you sell a $900 amp, you can make $300. You make 30%, you make 35%, 50%. So like, it was a good brand to carry, had a good brand reputation, and now the dealers are scared that that's going to go downhill. I think the prices are going to get a lot cheaper, yeah, because Garmin's going to want to put it in the hands of more people, but we don't know that for sure. They might just fumble it and skyrocket. I don't know. I know it's speculation, but I want to say people in the industry are scared and they think that's going to go into a lot more hands. And I think that if more people have it, the price will come down because more people are going to be competing to sell it. All right, back to my faster. Okay. White. Purple. SJ, how'd you go from a Pontiac to an Acura? I feel like that's such a big change. I feel like usually the way people end up in Acuras is they bought a Honda or they got a Honda at some point. Usually it's like Honda Accord and then you transition into an Acura. So like if you go Honda Civic, you'll stay in the Civic. You might go to like a CRV. But if you go Honda Civic, Honda Accord, and then you go and jump into the Acura afterwards, it's weird like that. But that's how I've seen it happen for people. Nah, yeah, I agree with you. People say that JL's worth their weight in gold, and then like you'll have dealers that'll just like down talk any other brand except JL Audio, but it's because they were making money. You know, you're not gonna hurt your pocket. So, um, in terms of it like being worth what they're charging for it, I think since they have their own engineering and stuff, like they can justify those prices. But I agree. I feel like it wasn't competitive enough. But like because of their brand, like you had people who were willing or still willing to like they're like, nah, JL Audio I know is like top of the line stuff. I'm gonna get it. Just from brand association. JL Audio did that very well. Have you guys seen what's going on with the newer Acuras and all these engine recalls and audio recalls? I don't know what's going on, man, but the TLX, the Integra I've seen, I'm always part of the Facebook groups to try and learn more, and just so many Acuras are having issues. Like the Fracca or Farca, I forget how that's pronounced, but it's like these European style connectors that have been used in European cars for a while. They started using them in your Acura, and they didn't vet them correctly, or they're not terminated correctly. I don't know exactly what the recall is, but a ton of them have gotten recalled because there's like popping or the system just doesn't work. And it's like, come on, man, like this is simple audio stuff. Like, why is it failing? And then the engine recalls are scary because like Honda and Acura are known for good engines and spinning rods and all this crazy stuff's happening. It's just like makes you lose some of the not respect, but like I don't know. You hold it to a certain standard, you know. I'm like, oh nah, an Acura is a good car, and then like the newer Acuras are having these issues. Are they actually still good cars? Because the nah, man, I don't care, man. I don't care. The third generation TL is a classic. You can't say that. The RSX is a classic. The TSX is a classic. 0408 TSX is a classic. They're just I don't know. They they just look crazy. Really? Yeah, look it up. There's like recalls for that audio stuff in the engines. It's not the first time. Like the 10, 11, 12, 13 MDX are known for like burning oil, and then people don't realize they're burning oil. They keep driving, and then there's no oil in the engine, and the engines blow up. That's another super common thing. Started happening with the MDXs. So like Acura's always had a little bit issues here and there with the engine, but like the newer ones, I've seen more crazy recalls. But maybe it's just social media. You know, like you only see the bad You don't get to see all the sales figures and stuff. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Um, like maybe 2 years ago or a year and a half ago when the channel was a little newer. Um, yes, yes, Acura paint sucks. 3.7 in general. Um, I didn't know that. Oh yeah, but what I was saying is commenting on like, oh, why do you only work on old? Did he say shitty? No, he just said, why do you only work on Acuras? What about the new ones? And mad people came after him in the comments, and I was so proud of the community. I was like, yes, you need to understand, man. The 3.7. Um, so that's no, because that has. What's the 3.7 in? Only the MDX. What's the bigger? Because the RDX has the freaking turbo, and then TL has a 3.2, but then they can like put the 3.5 intake on it. I've heard or something like that. I don't know. I'm not a mechanic, and I don't get that much into mechanical stuff. Oh, so the Acura. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. I don't know, man. I hear like the fourth gen Acura TL drives like super nice, but when I sat in one, I'm a fat dude, and when I sat in one, I felt like it was just like squeezing me. I don't know. I wonder why that engine turned out to be so trash compared to the other ones. But I look for the 5 channel amp. This is the other harness. So these are the two OEM plugs, right? So your amp's gonna have a gray plug like this and a black plug like this. This is the plug for the other side of the amp. So what we used to do back in the day is we would send you this black plug that had RCA's on it, and then the amp came with the RCA harness that I showed you earlier. You would hook this together, and then you would plug this into the amp. The reason we stopped sending this is because eventually these would come a little loose, or this would be twisted just the wrong way, and you would get a hiss. You would get ringing, little issues here and there. Usually, if you sit them tight, you had no issue, but it was happening to enough customers. We're like, okay, let's find a solution because this isn't gonna fix it. And telling people to unplug and plug RCA's in, that they do not like that. So then, straight from that to the plug for the amp, and this eliminated those ringing issues or speakers like fading in and out because there are no RCA's that are going to come out. You know, this is just plugs in one side, plugs in the other, and this is the remote. So we solder this to this, and then we got to do a bunch of zip tying. That's facts. If anyone has a different take, then they haven't had a 3G, bro. That's just that simple. Anyone ever drive an RDX? How is it with the turbo? It's crazy, like how many, like if you look at the sales figures, it's crazy how many sold, but then no aftermarket support of any kind for like almost nothing. Come on, buddy. Oh, also, if you are watching, you have the old version of the amp with the RCA's and it's giving you trouble, just reach out to me. I'll get you a new one. You might just have to cover the shipping if your if your order's really old. But any new order is gonna have this. Start to ascend again. This is all it. Solder. Let's go, baby. Alright, cool. Oh no. So sometimes I forget to add the sleeve, and you can't send it without the sleeve. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So lucky for me, I do know how to unpin and pin stuff, so I can unpin this, add the sleeve, and then add it back. Otherwise, I would have to cut it. Would have been mad annoying. All right, so this heat shrink is 3-to-1 shrink ratio or something like that. Basically, it's like extra thick and also has glue, so it helps support, because we're going from like a thicker cable to a thinner cable. So if someone's installing, they can kind of rip it apart. I've seen that happen when we didn't use this in the past. We just used regular heat shrink without the glue. All right, let's clean up real quick. This is done. This is done. Organizing my work area real quick. My flavor of autism doesn't like when there's too much stuff in the way. All right, cool. So now our harnesses are complete, right? So like, this is ready. This is all ready to be hooked up. The only thing is, like, this looks crazy. So if you send this to a customer, they're gonna be like, "What the hell?" So then we just like to zip tie it up so that it looks more professional, and all these wires aren't all crazy like this. What's up? Welcome to the official first live stream. I just noticed there's a bump in people watching. If you're wondering what I'm making right now, I'm making a 5-channel amp. Well, the harnesses for a 5-channel amp. We're talking about all. We're talking about, and you know how awesome the 5-channel amp is. Damn. That was a huge jump back down. That's mad funny. Okay. Let's get a zip tie up here. So now we jump. Right over. Boom, 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 boom. is driving you crazy. Alright, cool. So you see how much cleaner that looks already with the zip ties. I just got to zip tie the other side. This blue wire is super important because what will happen is people will go to install the amp, um, connect it, and then start pulling on this blue wire a lot. So I got to make sure that my zip ties make sense and that the blue wire has plenty of slack. Haven't seen it happen too many times, but I've seen it happen enough times where like I know to leave slack because people have ripped it. And what ends up happening is when you go to install, you plug this into the car, you plug this into the car, and then this has to reach around the amp, and then this has to swing to the other side. So you end up putting stress on this blue wire, and if it doesn't have this slack here, it can be tight to reach. So we started doing it this way now. All right, cool. So here is one harness. I think um, without live streaming, this usually takes about 25-30 minutes between the zip tying and all the crimping. So you could spend your whole day doing 5-channel amps if you don't hurry your butt. But alright, let me get that out of the way and then start doing this one. Yeah, man, that's what happened with my truck, man. Left me stranded a couple times because it overheated, but you know, you just wait, cools down, you limp it home. But it just kept screwing me over. It did help us a lot. I got us through the hurricane, but you know, my wife was like, "Hey, like, what are you gonna do with the truck? Are you gonna fix it? You're gonna sell it?" And I'm like, "I should fix it, but when do I have time? I have time to fix it." I'm like, "Okay, I'm gonna try to like sell it, but I'm not gonna get what it's worth because it's not in the condition it should be to sell. So I'm gonna take a loss with selling it. So I should just hold on to it and fix it. But when will I have the time to fix it? Oh, I'll have time this weekend, and then something comes up. So I had to just sell it, man, because I couldn't keep paying insurance. Drive, it just didn't make any sense. But I do miss that little truck. It was a big truck this time. It was a F-150. It was fun to drive. And like with your older car, you know, you don't. So what? Someone dents it, scratches it. You're like, whatever, bro. This thing's freaking. I'll kick the shit out of this thing. I care less as long as it keeps driving. And that I feel like that's freedom. There's some freedom to that. That as long as the car drives and gets you to A to B, that's all it needs to do. It doesn't need to impress anybody. It's for you ultimately. Because a lot of people drive cars that aren't for them. You feel me? Like the whole keeping up with the Joneses, or if not, you drive like your friend group all got this one car, so then that's what you drive. Like BMW groups are like that a lot. Like your boy got a BMW, so you got a BMW. He got an M3, you got an M4, whatever. You're always trying to one up another. Um, but when you got a little beater and you don't care that anyone else sees you in your little beater. It's like freedom because you're like, yo, this ain't my main car. I have another car, but this car I could care. All right. So now this harness is ready. Let me put another zip tie right here. Actually, the other thing with the zip ties is you gotta be super careful to cut them real flush, because if you don't, you're gonna piss somebody off if they deal with remote start harnesses, or when I used to, and like the zip ties weren't cut flush. And I cut myself that one time. Man, I want to curse whoever made that harness out. So you always gotta make sure you cut them nice and flush. All right, cool. This one's done too. Alright, now we got to tune a 5-channel amp. So this is the wiring harness we just prepared. We take it out. I don't get it. This amp is brand new. Brand new amp. Why is this dirty? Like, this is brand new. This right here is dirty for some reason. All our other plugs look good. We always take this one little zip tie and I run it through the whole of the power terminal. And this is for dishonest people. So sometimes you run into people who buy your amp or buy this product to troubleshoot an issue. And if you call me, I'll help you troubleshoot if your amp's acting up. But please don't buy this amp, plug it in, mess with it, and then figure out that the amp is something else and now you want to return it. Because once you plug this in, you cut this zip tie, you can no longer return this. It doesn't matter if you only plugged it in for a minute, a second. Once you plug it, it's returnable, because I have no idea what else you have done to this. So if you want to buy this amp, make sure that you want to buy this amp because you want it and you're not trying to solve some issue, because once that zip tie is cut, you cannot return this amp. And it's, I guess, us and you, because I don't want someone to return a product, be like, oh, it was never used, we didn't have that zip tie, it looks completely new, they did a great job, and then you plug it in and it doesn't work. And now I'm like, no, you, like, how do I know you broke it and wasn't the last person? So that zip tie keeps people honest. We always ask, oh, did you cut the zip tie? You did cut the zip tie. I'm sorry, you can't return the amp anymore. Oh, it wasn't the amp that was wrong with my car. It was the ground, it was the radio, it was this, so I don't really need this amp. Well, I'm sorry. Once you cut the zip tie, you cannot return the amp. All right, so some tuning stuff here. People always ask. I know it's going to be kind of hard to see, but there's switches down here. They say HPF. You want to make sure they're on. So HPF on, HPF on. You want to make sure that the dB, the boost for the sub, is on. You can leave it off. We like to strip it with it on. You want to put the mode in 5-channel. Now, the actual level is going to vary depending on what radio you have installed, but on the factory radio, you're going to twist to the second E. And you're going to twist to the second E. This you're going to twist to the L. Subsonic's going to go straight up, and your low pass filter is going to go straight flat after you turn. And this is a good starting point. You can adjust these if you want, but we find that on the factory radio and most aftermarket radios, that's the best way to tune it, and that's how we ship it. And this has been like verified multiple times with a scope and an oscilloscope. So I'm confident, like, I don't have to hook this up to an oscilloscope sent to you. I'm confident that that's going to get you close enough. If you want like a super accurate reading, then we'd have to do it in your car with an oscilloscope with a source you listen to. But in general, this is going to be the best starting point, and most people aren't even going to touch it. It's going to sound perfect just like that. Bam, that amp is done. Yeah. And then people get mad when they can't return the amp, man. They get real mad. Because, like, I'm not going to front. $300 isn't, like, a lot of... $300 is a lot of money in, like, spending on something. And if it's not something you want, it's, like, something to fix a problem. When it doesn't necessarily fix your problem, you're like, damn, I just wasted $300. Like, this didn't even do what I needed it to do. Or this wasn't the solution to my problem. So I can understand where that person's coming from. But like I said, if you call me, you're like, hey, my amp's not working. I think my amp's not working, or I think my radio's not working. We can solve your issue over the phone. I can tell you what tests to run, instead of you buying something and then being upset that you can't return it after you tried to use it to solve your issue. But, you know, it's business. You just got to deal with it. actually have a funny story about a 5-channel amp, but it wasn't for this. It was for a Honda Accord. So, one sec. So two things. Something I've noticed is that Honda owners, if you own a Civic or a Accord, they're very different than your Acura owner. Your Acura owner is usually a little bit more mature and a little bit more understanding, I want to say. Even when we have an issue, like there's a mutual respect kind of there with people who have an Acura. But when people have a Honda, man, like I've dealt with so many Civic owners, it's not really entitlement. It's more just like ignorance. Like they don't want to learn what you're telling them, or they don't trust what you're telling them, so they don't accept it. And then they don't want to accept the consequence of what they like. Someone orders a sub, they install the sub's working perfectly, but they're like, hey, I thought this was going to be louder. And it's like, well, no, in the description and all the advertising, it says it's plug and play, but it says that you're going to want it to be louder. You're going to want another amp. Like it says it in the FAQ, it says it in the description. Oh, well, I didn't read that. I want to return it because it's not loud, and I thought it was going to be louder. No, I get that, but the description clearly says that that's not the case, and once you install the subwoofer, it's not returnable. No, I want to return the subwoofer. I'm going to send it back to you. And, like, that's the kind of attitude that, like, you get from Civic and Accord owners. Is very weird. Compared to your Acura owner, like, you explain to them, like, yeah, look, it's in the description. Like, if you want more bass, you're going to want an amp. We do have an amp, but you can use whatever amp you want. And they're like, oh, okay, I missed that. What amp do you recommend? What should I get? So it's a very different thing. But anyway, so that Honda Accord owner bought a 5-channel plug-and-play amp. And he reached out and he was like, hey, this is not going in. It doesn't connect. It doesn't fit. So then we're like, oh, okay, like, that's the right plug. Just massage it together. It should go in. So then it connects. And then he doesn't answer, so we don't know if he fixed it or not. Then later on, maybe like 2 hours later, he returns. He's like, hey, I want to return the amp. And I'm like, oh, did the connection not work? Like the pins were really bent? He's like, no, it's the same. It's just like the factory. I'm like, what do you mean it's just like the factory? He's like, it does the same thing the factory amp does. And I'm like, could you expand a little more? What do you mean by that? He's like, it's just not loud. And I was like, oh. I was like, so you wanted this amp to be louder than the factory amp? He's like, yeah, that's why I bought it. And I was okay. I was like, it is louder than the factory amp. And then finally keep talking, no, but it's not as loud as I want it to be. I'm like, no, I understand, but this is a plug and play amp. You're limited by the power that it's there at the factory. You're not going to get like super life changing sound. It's not marketed that way at all. It's like, no, but I just want to turn it because it's not loud enough. I'm like, okay, did you like try to adjust the gains a little bit? And he was like, yeah, I adjusted the gains. I was like, do you mind sending me a picture? Gains maxed out. I'm like, okay, so this guy clearly has done damage to this amp at this point because he's trying to get it as loud as possible. So I tell him, you can't return the amp. You clearly have used it, adjusted it, and probably done damage at this point. And then he was like, this is not fair, blah, blah. And I'm like, hey, man, like, we try to be very honest in our marketing to make sure that you understand what you're getting. If you want a louder amp, like this wasn't it. You adjusted all the gains, trying to explain to him, does not want to hear it. Goes and leaves a 1-star review and says that the amp was bent and not working. Meanwhile, we have like a whole text conversation of him saying it's just not loud enough, that it was working, it's just not what he wanted. But again, that goes back to like your Honda Accord, Honda Civic owner is very weird compared to your Acura owner, who is more understanding, or I don't know if we have more credibility with them. I don't know what it is, man, but I've noticed that a lot with between your Honda and your Acura. And like we don't even advertise stuff for like Hondas or Acuras. Like there might be some stuff listed on our website, and that's been like from customers who have asked, like, hey, do you have something for a Honda Accord? It's like, no, we don't. Oh, well, like I'd like to get that sub for a Honda Accord. Like, okay, we'll list it on the website for you. And then I forget about the listing, or the listing stays up, and then someone else buys it. And then eventually they'll send it to someone else, and then we'll take it down, and then they'll send us a message, hey, what happened to this Honda Accord amp? What happened to the Honda Civic sub? I want to buy it. And then eventually we leave them up, and then the wrong person buys it, and we end up in that one of those, I want to return this sub after I installed it. I want to return this amp after I installed it. Sorry, I went on a rant there. How many watts are those amps? So, like I was saying earlier, it's 40 by 4 by 80 at 2 ohms. So on your factory speakers or the JBL speakers, if you go kicker speakers, then you're gonna get 40 by 40, like 4 by 40. The subwoofer though, you definitely want a 200 watts, and so you want a 2 ohm woofer. So the kicker that we sell is a 2 ohm woofer. You definitely don't want to hit a 4 ohm woofer because you're not gonna get any performance upgrades. It's barely gonna feel like you got an upgrade at all when you install this. But let's get these into customer hands. One of my ex co-workers used to say I used too much tape, but I just don't want it to come apart, man. I want it to get to you nice and safe. It's true though, man. Like, it's true. Once you experience it for yourself. I also feel like it's a demographic of who gets those cars. You feel me? Like, um, there's a lower barrier to entry around price for that. Like a Civic is cheaper than a TSX usually. Also, sorry about like the loud tape noise. I'm gonna see if in future streams there's like a way that I can tone down that one frequency because I know it probably hurts your ears, especially if you got headphones on. You just hear that tape rate. Sorry, you guys like seeing my stomach. Just shipping its amp real quick, and then I can move on to the next order. All right, cool. We got 14 orders left. There's gonna be 3 we can't do tonight because we don't have any more 5-channel amps. So we have one more 5-channel amp we can't do, and then we have a Honda Accord. No, it's an Acura TSX 5-channel amp we can't do. 5-channel amps will be here on Tuesday. But in the meantime, we can continue with these harnesses. So I don't think we hit this people up yet. I think it's too late to text somebody about their order. Most people want their order as soon as possible. Oh, nice. I texted this guy earlier. Let's go DDX795. Okay. Do it, man. Do it. I think if you're thinking about doing it, just do it, because even if your videos get 10 views, 30 views, like, you can say you did it. And I don't think you should be. There's videos of ours that have like barely any views. I don't think you should be ashamed. Like, it's something you want to share with the world, and some people might gain some info from it that might be beneficial. So I say do it. All right, so on that. Oh, this big boy. Let me a big boy. Come on. Nice. Okay. All right. So when you place an order for a harness, right? So like whatever Acura harness, the first thing I'm gonna do after you place your order, when it's your order turn, let's say, like this order is next in queue, is we're gonna send you a message and go, hey, which model radio you're gonna install, and then like 8 out of 10 times, someone's gonna go, oh, it's a Boss, it's a Kenwood, it's this, it's that. But I'm like, hey, no, I need the model number, please, like the actual model on the box or something. So then they give you the model number. Then you go and, like I just did, I Google the model number and I try to find a picture of it, or the manual. Usually pictures work best. Crutchfield usually always has good pictures of the radios. And then just from my experience, I'm able to see what harness it's going to take, because all the harnesses are radio specific. So the car plugs are always going to be the same depending on your model. So I know which car plugs to grab. But for the radio, that's what's going to change. And I need to know which harness to grab. And the way we do that is by Googling. So that's why we always ask for your model number. All right, so here's everything that comes together for this. He didn't get a parking bypass. It would be beneficial for this radio, because it does have a DVD player, but the parking brake wire is not even on this harness. It's on the back of the radio. So like you can see in the image, I'm going to zoom in real quick. On the bottom right here of the screen, you see this green wire? You can barely even see it. It's this light green wire. That is the parking brake wire, so he can ground that himself. Normally, I like to recommend a parking brake wire to the but it says it on the screen. So like when you go to place your order, it's like, hey, a parking brake bypass recommended for this radio. Some people just don't get it. They don't want it. So we're going to start by preparing this harness. I'm getting sleepy, bro. Gotta make me a little drink, keep me up. Okay. Oh, this is for a TL. 6 TL is going to have this blue plug. 04 to 08 will always have this plug. 04 to 06 is going to have this one. 07 to 08 is going to have this skinny one. And then, since we're going to keep our steering wheel controls, this is the AX harness we get made because the AXWC for your Acura is going to use 1 or 2 wires, and then usually there's another 4 that are pinned. So extra wires that aren't used usually make people ask questions that don't need an answer. So we eliminate wires so that you're not like, hey, what do I do with these loose wires? There are no loose wires to ask about. Need to wake my ass up. Alright, so 0406 Acura TL. Your wiring's pretty straightforward. First, we're going to do the steering wheel control part of this. So this will have a wire that says SWC right here, so tab. So it's gray to gray, red to red, black to black. Pretty easy and standard on this. No confusing stuff unlike the TL harness that I did earlier. Yeah, man. Get some sleep. Have a good night, man. Thank you for tuning in. If you can't sleep, we'll be here. Again, 14 orders to get through. There's 11 of them that I still need to do. So we'll be here for a bit. I want to say at least another 3 hours, 4 hours, whatever it turns out to be. But get some sleep, man. And then a very common question we get is, hey, like, where do these blue wires go? So this is a Kenwood, so my 2 blues go together. So I'm going to have 2 blues to blue plug and my blue on my gray plug go together, twisted together. And they go to the blue or the blue-white on my black plug that actually plugs into the radio. The only thing that's different about the Kenwood is this wire is normally blue-yellow. On ours, it's pink. But this blue-yellow wire is the steering wheel control input wire. And that means that it needs to get, if you're doing the access piece, it needs to get connected to this. So you go blue-yellow to brown. This has a brown and brown-white. Brown-white does not get hooked up. We always cut it shorter so it looks like that. And then brown gets hooked up. So it goes brown to blue-yellow. In our case, we don't have a blue-yellow, so it's brown to pink. But this is only specific to our harness, so if you do end up with one of our harnesses, you don't get a blue-yellow, you get a pink. But it'll just work, so it won't matter to you. But that's something that's important for the Kenwoods. Cool, so that's done. Then let's leave all our wires. To anyone just tuning in, welcome. We are live streaming tonight. We are making orders, different customer orders. So it's all stuff people have recently ordered, and we're hoping to get it all shipped out tomorrow. So right now I'm making a wire harness for a 2004, 2005, 2006 Acura TL for a Kenwood radio. The radio that we're doing is a DDX 795. Yeah, thank you. Because you can't unpin some of these. And then don't only be mad at yourself when you gotta cut it. You know what sucks is when you cut it, right? So you mess up, you cut it down, and now you have this lopsided harness where one wire has a bunch of extra stress. So like every other wire will have like a good amount of flex, and then your red wire, your yellow wire is like this, and you can't be mad at no one but yourself. At that point, I have to just start all over because that extra stress on that one wire, if someone pulls it the wrong way, will pull it out, and then they're gonna have a bad experience when it comes to installation. But I'm on top of my game right now. I know I was yawning, but wire harnesses are I don't know. I've done them so much now that like it's like second nature. It's rare that I'll forget the heat shrink on this because it's so super common. So now we just color match. So remember I said your two blues to your one blue. Then everything else is just color matching. The only thing here is like white and this is orange, but they're oranges. You just match them together. Then yellow to yellow, red to red, black to black. It's all pretty straightforward. Usually the blues and then the blue yellow will trip people up. I'm gonna move that screen because it's kind of in the way of what I'm showing you. So I'm gonna move it. Oh crap! I'm gonna move it up there. Okay. Alright, so I've got my black. Alright, earlier I said that sometimes people say that soldering isn't the best for wiring. Um, Most of those people build like race car harnesses and they need the flexibility of being able to bend a wire. This for your radio soldering is fine. You're never gonna fully bend this harness or like use it in extreme conditions. And cold solder joints where like electricity doesn't flow through aren't that common where you're gonna run into that problem with this, and it's not gonna kill you if that happens here. Like in your race car, certain sensors don't talk to each other. God knows what can happen if the power wire or your radio doesn't make contact. Your radio's not gonna turn on. It's not gonna kill you. So I think soldering is fine for this application. It would be clean soldering, just full crimps, but there's so much variation when it comes to radio installation. You want the flexibility of being able to cut wires and then solder them together to make solid connections. What was that email about? Cool. Kenwood has this really weird thing where they all have mute wires still. I think some do get taken out, but this is just going to stay in the tape. You're not even going to see it. But this brown wire, it was for OnStar, I believe. So like GM vehicles have OnStar. So when you hit the GM button, it would send an output to turn the radio off or to mute the radio with this. And there was just a thing that Kenwood radios did. They were able to mute. Some Pioneer radio had it too, but was bigger on the Kenwoods, but I don't. I've never used it in all my installs. Like people don't really care about retaining all-star. Maybe like right when it came out, it was a big thing, but no one really cares anymore. So this is my mini heat gun, and it's just to hit, just to shrink the heat shrink. Sometimes I use a lighter, but this is running out, so we're using this mini heat gun. All right, cool. So now harnesses, we don't like. I know you guys saw the amp earlier. The amp we zip tie because there's needs to be like good test points, and you need to be able to take it apart for certain tests. For your harness, most of the tests can be done without really poking in the harness, so we always just tape them up because there's really no reason, unless you're installing other stuff. So like people will tap the blue white wire if they're doing aftermarket amps or something like that. Then you can remove the tape or just cut the tape back. But most of the time, we send them fully taped up, just so that it looks nicer and it doesn't rattle in the car. So sometimes loose wires like this, they'll touch the wrong thing and behind this, the dash. And just when you make that right turn or that left turn or certain conditions, he'll freaking rattle. And now you have to pull it out to stop the rattling if it bothers you. The tape helps with that too, just as like a soundproofing kind of thing. So I take a little bit of black tape, electrical tape, just to make the harness easier to tape all together. And then I always start here at the actual radio connector, and I finish down here. So if you ever need to undo your tape, that's how you would do it. Undo it from down there. It'll make it easier than trying to cut this back. What's up, YouTube? If you're just tuning in, welcome to the live stream. Feel free to say what's up in the chat. We're working on customer orders tonight, and answering some questions you may have regarding your installation or a product you may be looking at. So feel free to ask away, or if not, just hang out and watch me do some orders. Up to you. So look here at the end, always near the connectors is where I finish the tape. So if you ever need to undo the tape, and then it's going to be hard to see, but if you go with your thumb, you'll be able to get to it. And then since this is a Kenwood, this is the reason why we did this plug, because this is where this plugs in. And then your AXWC will plug into here. This customer didn't buy one from us, so this is all they got. So now I'm just going to throw this in an envelope and we'll ship it out. Normally we don't ship just the harness because this looks like you just get wires. You're like, what the hell? I just got wires. So we throw them in these bags. This is the last bag that I have, so I'm keeping it as a proof for when the new ones come in. The new ones won't be in for another 2 weeks or so. So right now this customer is just getting a bag and a card. So if they're looking for instructions or questions, they can get that answer. Where are we located? We are in Florida. We used to be in New York. We moved from New York earlier this year, and now we're in the sunshine state of Florida. Things are going pretty good. Right now we aren't doing installs because of our whole little warehouse situation, but if you need something, we'll definitely get it shipped out to you. I also messed up and ordered these huge envelopes because apparently I don't know sizes, and you can't ship someone, like, imagine this in your mail. I just told this and I just shipped this. Like, we're gonna be like, what the hell? Why would they ship it this way? We're not Amazon. Amazon's known to like ship things that don't fit in boxes like that. That's not us. So I fold it up a couple times, and this will fit in your mailbox compared to that unfolded mess. and then sometimes the adhesive are good. So a little piece of tape helps keep that adhesive down, and now we're good to ship this. Yes, we do ship to Canada, but Canada shipping is crazy expensive, and people do not want to pay uh, that much money for shipping. I'm gonna explain it in this video real quick, so I can clip this later. So shipping to Canada, something like this, the cheapest I can find is around $25. Oh, I should show that customers info. I should have, so I will blur that. But the cheapest we can find is around $25 to ship something like this, this small. We can make it a little smaller. That's through Global Post, and basically it creates a tracking number in the U.S. postal system, and it goes from the U.S. tracking from the United States Postal Service to Canada Post. Then Canada Post delivers. It's all under one central, which is Global Post. So that they have like economy shipping, 12 to 15 business days. But what happens with that shipping option is stuff always gets lost. So either Canada Post or the post office will lose it. Neither will take responsibility, and you're left with no package. And then now we're out of money because we sent you the first one. You didn't get your stuff. You still want stuff, so now we send you. So the price of one ultimately never comes back. So then we stopped using that option. Now we use priority mail or UPS, because UPS will have a guaranteed delivery date. The cheapest priority mail package is usually around $39. That's from the post office, and it's going to go priority mail to the USPS system, and then priority mail to the system. And for some reason, just those don't get lost. I guess because they have insurance, so they don't want to pay claims, so those don't get lost. Then for bigger stuff, because the post office is going to have a limitation on size and weight. For bigger stuff, you ship UPS. UPS is a piece of crap because they're going to charge you a broker fee on top of your import duty. So sometimes Canada Post won't charge you an import duty, but UPS will make sure that you pay that import duty, and they're going to charge you a broker fee. So UPS cheapest is usually around $32, $35. But with it's usually heavier stuff people are ordering, so then it ends up being around $50, $45. So we charge $45 worst case scenario, because that's usually what it's going to be. If it turns out to be way less, we usually refund you the difference, like $10 or so. But if it's like $1 or two, we're just going to keep the dollar. Um, but that's what it is with Canada shipping. Unfortunately, it's just expensive. And like eBay has a global shipping program, but they just use Global Post. It's just if it gets lost, eBay will refund you your money, and we don't take the loss. So yes, we ship to Canada. That's the whole story behind the Canada shipping. I wish we had a better. That's the best we've been able to find so far. DMX 4707S. All right, so now we got another harness for an 0406 Acura TL. This is for a Kenwood DMX 4707S. So we're going to look that up real quick. CAs. The thing that trips people up about this radio is that the subwoofer output that there is no subwoofer output, and there is. It's up there, and then this is the speaker level outputs you don't use, so you only end up using one connector. So let me show you that. Yeah, Franklin, what you could do is there's a service where like you can come to the US and pick it up, like if you're near the border, or they're like forwarding services that might be cheaper. I don't know. I think just if you can afford it, just pay the UPS because it'll be guaranteed delivery. You'll know you'll get it, especially when you're making a big commitment like that. And we probably have sold 10 or 15 of those at this point. I'm gonna make an update video on how they're doing. I'd like to get feedback straight from those customers. We've had one return. The customer's main complaints were that the video quality of the factory navigation was not good, which that's kind of like addressed in our initial video. Like, hey, like it just doesn't look good. This is old video format. Number two was he couldn't figure out how to make the screen any dimmer. So he must have driven a lot at night or did not like the fact how bright the screen was at night. We showed him how to adjust a couple things. He didn't really seem like he was into having to do any adjustments. He just wanted it to be like fully plug and play and not have to worry about anything. So that was his. And then something with the Bluetooth. I don't think he disconnected his hands-free link, and he was like having issues where like hands-free link was coming up, but then he was connected to the tablet, and he was having like issues with it. So he's been the only return so far. Other issues customers have had with it, some guy like got crazy into the settings and enabled some overlay he couldn't get rid of, and he tried to reset the tablet and he broke the little reset button. So we got him a new. I think it's a solid product, but I don't have I'm not testing it every day. We sold it to enough. I've had a family member test it. We put it in their car. They've been driving around with it for months. They liked it, so we decided to launch it to the public. We had like 3 actual testers and then everyone's actual sales. And so far, we've gotten good results. We haven't had anyone say like, hey, this thing sucks, or why would you sell me this? Just that one guy wasn't happy, but we told everyone who was within that first 10 orders or 15 orders, hey, like you have, and just in general, you have 30 days to return the product if you don't like it for whatever reason. We just would appreciate any feedback you have so we can make it better. So I would say, Franklin, wait. I know you're saving up, so you're not going to wait either way, but maybe in March, the beginning of March, look for that update video, and then you can go from there. AliExpress has a similar option, it's just you don't get to keep the video. The video converter is the big thing that people like, that get to keep the factory navigation. But we're still collecting feedback. We just shipped we shipped like another 3 yesterday, and I have 1 more to ship. So once there's more feedback, I'll feel more comfortable talking about that product more and recommending it to people. Because right now, I like it. I think it's a dope product, and so far the feedback's been good. But I like to have more proof behind me. Hey, shout out Aaron. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We work hard. I'm making a harness right now. What radio did you install in your TL? If you read the chat, we were talking about how the 3G TL is undefeated, man. Best Acura, if not the best Acura ever made, one of the best Acuras ever made. All right, so the DMX 4707S, that's the radio you see on my little screen. Let me fix that. So that's that guy right there. That's this guy right here, the DMX 4707S, has these 2 plugs. This is power sorry, this is power ground accessory. This is everything you need. These are your speaker outputs. You don't use this because you're going to be using RCAs for your TL, so you're not going to get, you'll have this in your box, but you won't hook it up to anything. It's that you're going to hook up, and it's pretty easy color matching. Again, like the other Kenwood, you have one blue, but you have two blues here. So you do blue on the blue plug and blue on the gray plug together to blue on this plug. Everything else is color matching. This still gets the AXWC connector. The only difference is this has nowhere to plug. So on my last harness, you saw I was able to plug it in somewhere. This, they have to connect the brown wire themselves to the actual radio. It's embedded on the back of the radio. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So here's the blue yellow wire, and it says steering wheel input. So it goes brown to blue yellow on the back of the radio. I can't do it for them, so they have to do it themselves. But the AXWC is still going to come with the harness. They're just going to have to make that extra. Oh, there it is. Damn, son, that thing's brand new. 86K miles is nothing. Damn, you are a lucky man, bro. I remember when I was looking for an Acura, when I was looking for for like a 3G, I was set on, I don't know why, I was just saying I want to get one. And my mom's like, oh, I was like 21, but she was still influencing my decisions. She was like, oh, you need to get a car with low miles. So I found a Type S, but it had a lot of miles. It was rebuilt. She was like, no, don't get that. You need to get one with lower miles. So then I found a base model '07, but it was automatic, and it only had like 80,000 miles or so. And she was like, okay, get that. And I was coming from a Honda Accord that was manual, and I kept that Honda Accord for a while. Finally decided to switch it up, and driving automatic was just freaking boring, man. I hated it. So I ended up behind her back selling that other TL and buying a 6-speed, but it was a '04 instead. It wasn't a Type S. The Type S had sold. And that was one of the best decisions I ever made, man, just because I love my car. And that's part of what even started all this, honestly, was when I got that 6-speed, because I love driving it. And I'm like, yo, this radio sucks. I want to put an aftermarket radio in here. Yeah, that's where they all. He said he has 3 Acuras. That's pretty common where, like, your Acura owner will have, like, oh, yeah, I got an MDX for the family, and then I got a TL for me, and then I got, like, an RSX I'm building. It's funny like that. Okay, hold on. We're using the mic from the iPhone, so I'm gonna try the bottom mic. Is that any better? Or should I use the back? No, yeah, the bottom. So my streaming setup's a little funky. This is an iPhone that's watching me, and it's there's an app called Monocam that then feeds the video to the screen. Yes, is feeding the video to you. I'm not sure where the audio is dropping, but I did change the audio to pick up from a different, like, I can tell it to pick up from the top mic or the bottom mic on the iPhone, and I had it to the top, I put it to the bottom, so hopefully I took care of the issue. Yeah, see, told you, baby. Damn, how's it almost midnight, bro? I'm working way too slow. This is what I was saying before, 2 blues to 1 blue, and then everything else is just color matching. Oh, those are super rare, man. And it's like a freaking, not a fight club, it's like a, I don't know what to call it. It's like an exclusive club to be a TSX wagon owner. Like they all know each other and they all think they're the better. Like it's like when you have a base model TL and someone has a Type S and they look down on the Type S, that's how wagon people look down on non-wagon people. It's the same thing. Like the car. This is driving me crazy. Alright, cool. So this harness is almost done. We just gotta shrink the heat shrink. Damn, you out here hunting for real. Hey man, I'm sorry. I just followed you home. Any chance you want to sell your car? But that's how it be, man, because it's rare. And then when a really nice one gets posted for sale, they go for crazy money. Just like the Type S's. Like some auction somewhere, some dealership will find one somewhere and then try to sell it for 20K. But that's funny though. Hey, you want to sell your car? I'm sorry, who are you? No, no, I'm sorry. I just wonder if you want to sell your car. Alright, so here we go. This one's done. Again, I always start with the tape up here, so if you need to tap this harness for any reason, or you have to rewire something, because sometimes what happens is people will buy a radio and then not realize there's like a feature that they wanted that it's missing. So then they'll be like, hey, can I use this harness on this other radio? It's like, no, I'm sorry, unfortunately I have to rewire it. So if you need to rewire, you're going to need to undo some wires. Then you need to know where the tape ends or starts, because it's going to be annoying to try to just take it off midway. So it always starts up here, but you can't take it off there easiest. You can take it off easiest at the bottom. I'll show you exactly where. Give me 1 second. I just... hold on. Creating some tension on this blue wire, and I don't want that. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's probably true, because like You'd be like, someone would be like, oh, look at this gem I found. And then you're like, bro, how did you find that? I look on Marketplace every day. And sometimes what sucks is like you'll find something good, you'll message the person, and then they will not answer you. And then you're stuck waiting, and then next thing you know, they sold it. So I believe you. I mean, 2 for 2, 0 and 2, right? Yeah, because you said hopefully one day will be like how much you offer. And then you could be like, shit, how much you want? Because I want this car right now. Someone told me you have to make friends with like older people, and then they're gonna have buddies or someone who has a car that they've had in the garage forever, and that's how you find those gems. Oh, and 2, baby. Yeah, so that's funny. You guys just remind me. I've seen someone somewhere and like kind of like waited to see if they would maybe like, hey, I think I recognize you from one video I watched because there was a guy with a TSX, and I was like, watch, let me like show me that you watched the video or something because I wanted to talk to him about putting his car in a video, but I didn't know like how do you approach. Yo, I want to put your car in a video. Like some people are just gonna be like, what? And the guy clearly did not know who I was, and why would he? Some random ass guy from YouTube. Um, but then I went to talk to him, and he just completely ignored me, and I was like, damn. And that was the one time I tried it. I've never tried it again. But I saw someone with an RDX recently, and I really want to make that RDX video, and I almost went out to them. What? I'll be honest. If you got that with the 20K miles, would you have tried to flip it, or you would have kept it? I feel like, depending on your financial situation, that's such a great flip. Because you could have gotten money for it. You know what other stories I hear also? Like some mechanic that gets the car from some old person or somebody who like, there's like barely anything wrong with the car, but they're just like, oh, I've had it 10, 20, 15 years. I don't like really need the car anymore, so you can buy it for this crazy cheap price. All right, so now we don't have just a harness, we have a component. These are a little, the harness is still the same, the box and a dash kit. So let me find this radio real quick. Oh, come on. So this guy has a car 723W. This is a Jensen. Let me look that up real quick. Car 723W. So this is the Jensen car, and the units, come with this harness, so we got this in stock, so we're good to go. Damn, that's crazy that just from looking at it, you could tell it was that low. Damn, baby. My bad, my bad. I went to go get a drink. Alright, so now there's a Jensen. Almost all new Jensens are going to use the same harness. And again, 0406. So these plugs stay the same. Blue, gray, AXWC harness. This is the harness that always changes, the radio harness. So we moved to Florida earlier this year. So now we're in Central Florida. The town's called Sanford. Hopefully by March of this year, we're going to have like an actual crazy store, or the end of March. But right now, we're in between warehouses, so I'm doing orders out of the garage. But yeah, so your Jensen's gonna have all these speaker outputs. These speaker wires aren't gonna get used, so I'm just gonna yank them out. I used to unpin them, but it takes so long to unpin, and it's just about time saving. You need to get orders done, you know? So you just yank them out like that. I know this isn't pretty, but none of these ever get used because you're using the RCAs, so you're not using any of this. And then if you need this harness, like let's say you are using for a different car now, you're not going to use this harness. You're going to use the harness that came with your radio. So it doesn't matter that these speaker wires are missing because you have a second one. Alright, so all the speaker wires are out. Then we need to take our brake wire and connect it to our ground wire so that you don't have any issues with CarPlay or Bluetooth. Oh, what the hell? You grew up right around here, man. Where do you live now? And why did you leave Florida? Also, something that's important about the Jensen is that it has a remote turn on and a power antenna. So before on your Kenwoods, we went blue, two blues to one. Here, this blue on the blue plug is going to go to antenna, and then the blue on the gray plug says remote turn on. It's going to go to amp. So that's the difference here. This gets hooked up the same as before: gray to gray, black to black, etc. also gonna change my chair. This one's a little lower. Oh no, I think I just got an email from a customer complaining. Oh, okay, this is super common. So this email says, "Hey, I'm missing the green box, but the green box is already connected." People just miss it. Okay. All right, so I just got an email from a customer saying, "Hey, I placed an order on this date. I finally got my order today, but it's missing an item. The item that's missing is the AXWC. So that's where this is. So maybe right around the holidays, we decided to no longer ship you the green box in the green box, because people would open this and they would pull out the black box, but they would also grab the harnesses that are in here and be like, hey, how do I connect these harnesses? Remember, you give people extra wires, they think they have to use them, and they won't finish their install, or they'll call and ask questions about stuff they don't need to connect. So we decided to stop sending this and just send this already connected to help simplify your install, because people forget to plug this in at the right time so in their steering wheel controls will program, and so that they don't get these extra wires they don't need. But now the issue we're having is that people don't realize that this is with their order, so then they think that we didn't send them this because they didn't get this box. So I think what we're going to take everything out of here and just send them this in here, and hopefully that takes care of it. But one step at a time. Let me finish this harness first. Oh, okay. Back to the sunshine state. Yeah, what I hate about this chair is how much lower you are. So normally I work in this gap, I work in here now, but if I work in here, you can't see what I'm doing really. So I'm gonna go back to the other chair. I'll just deal with it. My lifestyle is driving you crazy. Hell yeah, man. I was gonna take. So I bought these hard iced teas. I don't really drink like that, um, and I don't ever want my daughter. Like my daughter's 11 weeks. I don't want her. Not that she will, but like my dad was an alcoholic. I've never really been into alcohol, and my dad being an alcoholic, and his dad being an alcoholic, and my mom's dad being an alcoholic. Like I'm never gonna be that person. But you always have like a drink here or there, nothing crazy. Um, but yeah, don't even like drinking those right now, because when I go like at night, if I have to hold my daughter or help my wife, what I'm talking about, if I have to do my duty as a dad, do things, I don't want my daughter to smell alcohol on me. So right now is lemonade and iced tea, some sugar water, um, just because I just don't want that for her. I remember smelling my mom smell like alcohol, my dad. Actually, I don't even think I have any memories. I just know he drank a lot. But yeah, I just don't want. So gotta ease off for now. But I do want to get one of those maybe tomorrow night. once they're like fully asleep. But yeah, it's just it's smacking right now, even though it's not real freaking sugar and food coloring. All right, so now time to heat shrink this baby up. And all heat shrink is like this plastic covering that when you apply heat shrinks, but it just makes it so that these connections that are bare metal don't touch one another. You only want them to touch the wires you want them to touch, so you protect them with heat shrink. You can use like just regular electrical tape. It's just heat shrink looks cleaner and it won't move like electrical tape. Yeah, exactly. Like they see, that's a good thing though. They know they that's a responsible thing. They understand. Hey, my dad's having a good time. Maybe they want to have a drink with you, but it's different than, oh, my daddy can't hold me because he's gone out of his mind and he's gonna drop me and he tries to hold me. Kind of, interaction. But nah, man, that's awesome. I pray to get there. Pray to be a good dad. I think I will be. Um, very aware of like you know shortcomings I have as a human, and especially with my family. Like, no kid's gonna be perfect, but like I know that some of the things I've gone through, I don't definitely will not want for my children at all. And if it's up to me, they're not gonna experience it. But I remember I said those blues go to separate blues. So remote turn on goes to the gray plug, and solid blue or power antenna goes to the blue plug. And if you're wondering what radio this is a Jensen Car 70. What the hell is it? The Car 723W, and it's on the screen right now. But any Jensen current radio with CarPlay is going to use this harness right here. So if you get the Car 70V or the DCPA, no, that's a dual. Dual and Jensen are almost the same thing. They're going to share the same harness. But basically, if you get the radio from Walmart, that is the Jensen radio from Walmart or the dual radio from Walmart, they'll all use this harness also. So if you buy our DIY wire, this the exact same. Any of you guys know the limitations for music on YouTube? Like, can we chill and listen to a little music? Or is that how you get banned? Or is it just not monetizable? I don't even think my streams are monetizable. I don't really care about that, but I don't want to lose streaming privileges because I decided to listen to a little music or something. Yeah, see, that's what I thought. What if we do like it's not called chill cow anymore. It's called lo-fi. shit, I'll just get AI to make music, make up some background noises as I'm doing this stuff. I guess because it's all copyrighted. Kick. You know what's crazy? I remember we did a video for a test on the subwoofer with non-copyrighted music to make sure that you could hear the test on the sub. And then later on, after the video released, maybe like 6 months later, they copyrighted the music. So now you can't even listen to the test. No, I think we decided to just not monetize the video so you could listen to it, or they get the money, whatever it turned out to be. But that was, I was like, wow, they got me with this. Our exceptional way, blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah, royalty-free music only. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to risk it. I think I'm just gonna leave it for now, or maybe I'll listen to it and I'll mute it for you guys. That's so silly, bro. But I get it, you know. Capitalist country, you gotta make your money everywhere, single way you can. Alright, here's my harness. I'm just gonna add a little electrical tape to make things easier for myself. But again, it's for the Jensen, and almost all Jensens and duals are going to use this exact plug. And if you have a 0406, this is the harness you're going to use. We get a lot of people who are like, man, I wish I would have found you guys before I ordered from Crutchfield, before I ordered from here. Crutchfield's going to make your harness wrong, but it will work. But how can it be wrong and work? They're just not going to use RCA, so they'll send a high-level signal to your amp. And it'll work. Just eventually your amp will like struggle and at some point eventually fail that way. You also will have some distortion. Also, they don't do the resistor trick, so your navigation won't work. A couple things with Crutchfield. I don't like to badmouth them. I think they're a great company. It's just for the Acura, they don't have the plugs we have, and they haven't figured it all out. So I recommend our harness than getting from Crutchfield. But if you already got the Crutchfield stuff, we do have the video that shows you like how to fix what you can with what you have. Yeah, so I think I'm in most of the groups. I think I got booted from one time for like self promotion, but everyone was self promoting, so I was like, oh, I'm gonna do it. But yeah, I'm in there. I pay attention to what people are saying. Like, I try to avoid self recommendation, meaning like I try to avoid if someone's like, hey, what rate, like, anyone know about this? What should I get? Plug and play. But if someone has like a general audio question, I do try to help. I just feel like it's weird to be like, yeah, buy from me, buy from my company, buy from the company I work for, blah, blah, blah. Like, so I try to stay away from that. But if it's like a question regarding our stuff or audio question in general, then sometimes I answer it. I just hate how Facebook groups have a bunch of scammers, man. And like how easy it is to make an Instagram scam page. Like they just take photos from wherever, they buy bot followers, and now they look like a legitimate business, and then they always get somebody, man. Always someone in the group, hey, don't buy from this part page, they're scammers. It's like, bro, we could tell you from a mile away they're scammers, but like not everyone's well versed in Facebookese or whatever you want to call it, you know? So like people are getting scammed, and then the moderators don't do anything about it, and it just continues, and it just sucks. It just brings the quality of the group down. But I hate how easy it is to make a scam page on Instagram. I wish there was more to it. All right, here's the harness for the Jensen Dual completed. So this plugs into the Jensen or the Dual. This plugs into your car. These plug into the back of the Jensen and the Dual. They're all labeled, so you just match them up. And then your steering wheel controls. You got to make sure you make this connection here for the little headphone jack. Then the black box, the AXWC, plugs in right here. And now you're all set to go. So now we just need a dash kit, and this is what we call the complete kit. So this is what we refer to as, all right. So this is what we refer to as a complete kit, and it's going to be the green box, right? So the green box has the AXWC, a plug and play harness. So this, no wiring necessary. You saw me do all the wiring for you. You do not have to do any wiring. It's all plug and play. If you do want to add a sub, then you do need to tap the remote wire. The remote wire here is going to be blue-white. So you can cut this zip tie, bring this tape back to your wire tap up here. Or if not, I told you all of my tape jobs end, pause. All the tape jobs end right here. Just undo the tape, and then you can get to the wires. So wired harness, steering wheel control adapter. Without this, your steering wheel controls won't work. And then the actual dash kit for your Acura tail. This is the newest version, so the gap's a lot less before. And this is what we call the complete kit. This is for 04, 05, 06. We also have for 07, 08. We also have for a bunch of other Acuras, but this is like one of our main products. We probably sell, I don't even know how many every week. We sell them every week. Every day we sell one, I think. Yeah, that's 100% right, man. But you know what's crazy is, like, I don't even think most of the scammers are American. Because, like, the scammers, like, black people who be scamming, they scam their own people most of the time. And, like, it's, like, with, no, I do it online, too. But usually it's, like, in-person scams. Or fraudulent scams. The people who scam online, like in Facebook groups, are usually from overseas because they always like, hey, send the money to this weird PayPal address or this weird PayPal name, and their English is always or like messed up. So I feel like it's always from overseas, the people who are doing that. But yeah, they should work for their money. I feel like scamming is such a... It just sucks. I've been scammed. I remember I was like 19, 20. I was selling my girlfriend's phone, which is my wife now. I was selling one of her iPhones to this guy. And he pulled up in his car. I got out of my car. I'm young. I don't know what I'm doing. So I could see the phone. He was still in his car. I'm like, yeah, you can see the phone, man. So he starts looking at the phone. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna take it. So then he hands me the money to, like, he's still in his car. He hands me the money. I start counting. He takes off, and I'm like, hey, yo, what the? So I'm like, why he run off? Whatever. Naive me. Why he run off? Start counting the money. I count like $100, and then the next hundreds are fake, or the next 20s are fake. I'm like, oh, nah. So then I get in my car, try to chase after him. He ran like 4 red lights. I just let it go. And an idiot for getting scammed like that, but it's how you learn, man. Just how you learn how to do deals, you know. Now, that wouldn't happen to me now, but I was like 18 at the time. 18, 19, I don't remember. But, yeah, I feel like you have to get scammed to know how scams work to avoid scams in the future. But it just sucks that in Facebook groups you should have moderation. There should be people helping you, and there isn't. They're either just bashing you, or the moderators don't care, and people just post, and eventually someone gets scammed. Screw that guy, gave me fake money though. Had me tight. right, we got 11 left, baby. But we can't do 4 of them. We can't do 3 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. We can't do 4 of them. All right, so what's next? What's next? We got William. What you order, William? William got a complete kit for a boss. All right, what boss is it? He got a BE7 ACP. And what year? There's another 04, 05, 06 kit. And then we have an 07, 08 kit after that. And that's for an Alpine. And then what is this? This is a 07, 08 kit for a Pioneer. All right, we got a few more. And we got some subs. The subs will be easy. All right, so BE7 ACP. This is a Boss radio, Boss Elite. If you ever get a Boss radio, make sure it's a Boss Elite Boss. Just regular Boss. The quality isn't that good. Just different factories who make them, I guess, and they're different standards. I've had people who've had issues with Boss Elite. They come with a 3-year warranty, and they're pretty good with the warranty, especially if you get one from us. Like, we're going to have your back for those 3 years. So BE7 ACP is always a solid option. They also have a wireless one now. They have the newer version, which is the BE7 ACP X, I think it is. So solid radio. I'll show you what it looks like. So this is it. You have 918 reviews, and someone's got 5 stars. It's been for a while. It's a good radio, solid radio. People have had issues with that 3-year warranty. They always take care of it. And here's the plug. Here's the radio. 04, 05, 06. Some of the stuff. All right, so this is going to look just like the Jensen plug, but the wires are laid out in separate locations. So that's the difference between the Boss and the Jensen. The wires are different, so just pay attention to that, because you could buy a replacement harness, or you could try to say like, oh, I bought it for the, hey, I bought this dual radio, but I didn't like it, so I got this Boss radio, and it looks like this will just plug right in. I'm good, right? No. If you plug either one into the other one, you're going to blow the radio. So even though they look the same, they are different. This is another one where you don't use the speaker wires, so we're just going to pull them out. I know it's not going to look pretty, but you don't use them. Unpinning them takes way too long, so you just pull them out. And again, if you bought this harness and you needed to use this for a different radio, your radio came with a harness that you can use, so it doesn't matter that these are missing, because they're specific to this install. Also, when you leave wires in a harness, people start asking, why are these wires loose? Where do I connect these to? And then you create confusion and kill people's confidence when they just go to do the install themselves. What the hell? Zip ties. So yeah, I'm excited for Knowledge Fest to wrap up. Um, Metro has some new products they're going to announce. A lot of companies announce new products to Knowledge Fest. So we'll see. Is that a troll comment? I mean, this isn't all I think about, but I mean, I do work majority of the day. But I don't know if you're trolling. As far as why did we move, cost of living, man. So I'm no, I, how to put this? This company does well enough where I can just make it. But in New York, I would never be able to move forward with my family. Well, I can't say that. I'm younger to move forward with my family in New York than Florida because of the cost of homes. So obviously, you want your children to have something. You want them to have a home to grow up in, and you want to be able to stabilize yourself. And they say that having a home, one of the things to build wealth, blah blah blah, all that. But really, I was living in a basement. I had the shop. I was working a lot. I don't really mind working a lot; it doesn't bother me. Um, but getting out of that basement into a home in New York that we could afford was going to be within the next 3 years with this business. And I really enjoy doing this, but I had a serious conversation where I'm like, I might have to give it up and go back to software engineering or software programming, whatever you want to call it, and use that to make more income to buy a home. But I didn't want to do that, man. I want to keep this going. So moving to Florida allowed. Right now we're renting. We wanted to make sure that we would like it here, but the path now is to buy a home here because it's a lot cheaper, and I can continue to operate the business, continue to grow the business, and be able to have some sort of life for my family instead of making them live in a basement that we rent. And I am just working all the time. That's why I said I'm working tonight as long as it takes so that tomorrow I have time. To we go to the park or whatever it's going to be. We take the dogs, whatever it turns out to be. But that was part of the reason for the move. And then also down here in Florida, the audio scene and tint. I wanted to partner up with someone who does tint and detailing, just because it's a year-round thing. You do lose remote starts. Remote starts was a nice little thing to have. But I think with the heat, you might be able to get that back. I don't know. But I think Florida makes more sense cost of living wise, and for the audio industry. All your big companies have headquarters down here, and all your major distributors for big brands are down here. Well, there's all over the state, but there are a couple here who are award-winning distributors. So it just made sense. I feel like everything just lined up, and it all just made sense to move here. This guy. Yeah, sorry about that long rant, man, but yeah, just ultimate cost of living. This guy said, I know you're trolling, man. I know you're trolling because there's no way you sit there at night, scroll through your phone, and every single post that you scroll through is about an Acura. There's no way. So you got to think about something else. There's got to be a woman you got to think of, or a man. I mean, I'm not trying to discriminate, but you got to have something else you think about. I do this every day, 10 hours a day, 11 hours a day, whatever it turns out to be. This ain't all I think about. I think about what I'm going to eat for lunch. So I know you trolling. But what Acuras do you have? Let's hear the lineup. I know you got a 3 GTL. What else? All right, back to the harness thing. So this was a Boss Harness BE7 ACP. This is also going to have two blues. This will have antenna and remote, just like the Jensen. remote goes to the gray blue, and antenna goes to the blue on the blue plug. And then pink goes to black because that's the brake wire. So you want to make sure you're not locking yourself out of anything. So pink and black, and then everything else is going to be color matching. Okay, yeah. That's more realistic kind of time. That's still a lot, but I'm with you there. I'm just always thinking about like innovations going forward. Like I like to create stuff and I like to mess with technology. So like I always think like yo like what if we could do this or do that with Acura or do this with Acura or like software or make our website better or this or that. So I'm with you there. I do think about maybe too much. I've gotten the whole you work too much, you think about work too much speech before for multiple people. That's just how it is, you know. 03 TL, 06 TL, 06 NDX. All right, all right. Respect, respect. I hear people the second generation TL say that that's the best TL ever made, and I just want you to know that you're wrong. It's not. It's comfy. It's a nice car. Don't get me wrong. When we did our DIY Pro Series on it, I was like, "Yo, this car is nice," and all the technology I have for back in the day. The seats are nice and comfy. It's big, but it's not the best TL. Best TL goes to the third generation, and I hope you know that. Oh, really? They never made a manual one? Why do I think I swear I've seen one? Maybe it was a CL? Was the CL made manual? Oh, come on. This solder sucks. Come on, don't do this to me, bro. Bro, what kind of wad is this right here? There you go. It's a better car, in my opinion, but a better drivetrain. Mmm. I don't know, man. I don't know. Gen, but like, you see a second gen, and it's not time. I don't know what the word is. I need to improve my vocabulary, but like, 3G is like a timeless piece. Like, it blends in. It looks futuristic still. Like, yeah, it's an old car, but it don't look old. Like, the body style '04, I get it. Came out in '04, but it don't look like an '04. Damn, Casey, I forgot to put heat shrink on this. I'm over here talking too much. Alright, but I can fix it. I can fix it. What was I saying? Um, yeah, it's just a timeless look. Like you look at a. I, all right, so I think when did the change happen? When did the body change for the 99 TL? So it goes 91 to '01. 99 to 01, 02, 03. When's the body style change where the headlights look different? I feel like that is a better looking car than like the freaking like weird eyed or weird headlight first gen before they did the update. But even that look doesn't compare to the TL, man. It just doesn't. Interior, I'm trying to think. I remember sitting in it and I was like, damn, this feels like a big boy car. And then the trunk was huge. I was like, yo, you could put 15s in here, no problem. But just, you look, nah, if you, the exterior is what gets me, the exterior. Oh, yeah, if you hold on lock or whatever. But like a lot of Acuras have that hidden feature. And you can turn that on and off, and like, I don't know if you know, but there's like, I don't know if they're called comfort. I forget what they're called. But if you have someone who works at a Honda dealer, they can load up the software to like show you all the customization options. Because like you can get through it through the menu, but they're like hidden within sub menus, so then you can't get to all the information. But there's like ways to like change a bunch of comfort settings within the TL. I feel like that might be one of them. But yeah, when that body change happened on the second gen, I feel like it really made it look a lot better. But it still does like I could pull up a 3 GTL and it looks more. This might be a little my own opinion, but 3 GTL I feel it looks more timeless than the 4G. I feel like the 4G looks like it came from the future, but now because cars have changed, it looks old. 3G which still looks like it could have been made more recent, but that might just be my opinion. I'm trying to think what those settings are called. Let me try a quick Google search. This thing taking forever to load. Come on, buddy. All right, so we'll pull it up. Wow, that loaded a lot faster than my computer. So this is the owner's manual from a 2007, and this is the little screen I'm telling you about. So within the multi-information display, there's like a bunch and customization stuff that you can make. Um, but you have to navigate the steering wheel, and it's the moment you have to do it this way. You can put this on through the Honda software. I don't know how to do it. I've just seen people do it before to change all these settings. But there's a lot of settings there that can be manipulated and stuff to make your car like more tour for you. Yeah, agreed. The back just looks weird, and like the trunk got smaller too. Like your second generation TL, bro, you could put 3 dead bodies in that trunk. You put two 15s from that trunk. Your 3 GTL, the trunk got smaller, but like you can still kind of fit stuff. But then the 4G, it's this weird thing where the trunk opening is mad small, so you're struggling to get things in and out. But then the actual interior is mad. Just I don't know who went and ruined that design, but It is what it is. That would be dope. I've seen like a 3G. People get pretty crazy, man. I'm happy that the platform, people see the beauty in the car and like it has a whole community for it. Because there's other cars that just never caught on like that, and people just gotta let them die because there's no support for them. All right, on the Boss harness, real quick, right? Boss, the BE7ACP has two camera inputs, and it also has power for your cameras, which is rare. No other radio really has this. Boss is the one that covers this a lot. So they'll have rear camera power, front camera power, and then your reverse trigger. So these are actual power sources for your camera. So you can power your camera right from here. Um, and you can turn on and off the cameras within the settings of the radio. So you can go front camera power is a switch you can turn on or you can turn off. So I think that's a cool feature to have if you want to do multiple cameras. You can control them from here. And Boss is usually the only one. I know Kenwood has this too in their higher tier radios, but Boss $200 radio will have this feature. When we had the shop in New York, I wanted to do like a Acura car meet, but then my landlord was like, if anything happens to this place, you're fully liable. And then he was scaring me. He was like, if anything happens as people are leaving this place, you're going to be fully liable. And I was like, damn, I do not want to open up a freaking legal trouble for myself trying to have just a nice little car meet here. Because he was willing to let me use the premise. He was just saying, like, any damage, anyone gets to an accident, fights, anything legal, you're going to be liable for. And then also, supposedly, the law is if people are leaving your events and something happens, that then they can hold you liable as well. So I just never did it. But if I buy my own building here in Florida, I'm going to do it, man. Just have everyone sign waivers or something. I don't know. There's got to be a way around it. I'm sorry, man. I'm going to put the link right in here. My bad, Benjamin. I forgot that the screen's little. So I put the link. That's the owner's manual. Go to page. What is this? Page 79. And that has the multi-information display. And in there are all the settings that you can change. All right, guys, so here's the Boss radio harness complete. So it's an 0406. So these are the two connectors. All your RCAs are going to line up to the back of the radio. These two plug into the car. Your AXWC is going to plug right in here. You got to make sure you make this connection. This is what's going to make the steering wheel controls work. This plugs into the back of your radio. Here are your powers for your camera and your reverse trigger like we were talking about. And they're all labeled so you know what they do. And now we just need to package this, ship it. So let me get the other stuff. That's a great question, man. I want to say Sunday night. So I want to say Sunday night I'll be back streaming. Today I still got 10 orders left, so. Hey, no worries. So I still got a couple orders left, so I'm gonna probably be on here for another hour or two. And then tomorrow I'm definitely not gonna be on. Sunday night I'm gonna get started again. Maybe a shorter stream depending how many orders come in over the weekend. If I get slammed over the weekend, I'm gonna take care of them on Sunday. But if it's like a moderate amount of orders, then I'll get started on Monday. But Sunday night, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna stream, but it'll be a lot shorter than this one. So I'll see you then, Casey. I'll text you this time. I wasn't sure if this was all going to work. I did a test stream earlier, but then I had to change some stuff around, so I'm not 100% sure. And then it was working. I saw you showed up, so I didn't bother to text you. I was like, awesome. But I'll text you before I go live on Sunday. Thank you for contributing to my late night. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hanging out with the Acura community, having a good time, making some orders, answering some questions. I agree. Shit going to Cali. Oh damn, son, this ain't going through, son. This is about to kill our night right here. Oh, fingers crossed that went through. Let's go. The credit card we use for shipping is like maxed out, and I made a payment against it, but the payments don't process till the next day. And since it's the weekend, I didn't realize I wasn't going to process till Monday, so I didn't think that the card would go through, but it let me charge. So let's go, baby. I can keep shipping. Alright, 0708 complete kit. What is this for? This is for Alpine. Time frame? Sorry, it's gonna be nighttime again. 11 or 12. Usually the way it goes is like my wife and the baby and the dogs will get them wrapped up by like 10. Then they'll go to sleep, and then I'll take a shower, and then I'll come and do what I gotta do. Thanks, guys, for everyone hanging out. Have a good night. Get some good sleep. Oh, that's awesome. What are you working on your Type S, man? You doing mechanical or audio stuff? You just gotta grab some stuff. Be right back. Now we're doing 0708, right? Yep, 0708 Alpine. Grab that. Damn, I finished my lemonade, bro. I'm like, Patrick out here. Where's my chocolate? Oh, awesome, man. I appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words. Yes, sir. We out here working late night. Gotta get what we gotta get done. So let me update you real quick. Now we have an 0708 complete kit. So let me pull it up. Pull it up. W650, baby. No, it's a 670. Come on. Are you kidding me? It's not freaking. Oh my god. Sorry, some parts of my stream I haven't understood yet. Come on, hurry up and load, bro. What the hell's going on right now? Alright. Alright, cool. Let me scroll. Alright, so someone ordered this right here. So on the screen right now, you probably can't see because it's very small. I don't know what mouse is about. So let me make this bigger. Alright, cool. So now you should be able to see what you need to see. Oh, what the? Bruh. Alright, so ordered a complete kit for an 0708 Acura TL, which is what you see on the screen right now. Ah, that kind of hurt. Stop doing that. So, the 0708 complete kit is on the table, but then the other side goes to a radio. The radio they ordered, or told us they ordered, is the ILX W670. There's a newer version of the 650. This is the wiring harness for it. So the wiring harness is very hard to get. So we use the Maestro wiring harness, which is for an Alpine. And the connector is the same. It's just the wiring harness is a little different. We're going to cut it. We're going to make one. Something I want to mention to you is if you have an Alpine, you're going to need a parking brake bypass. Alpine is very restrictive without the parking brake. So you always want to make sure if you order a harness for Alpine that you get the parking brake bypass from us. Otherwise, you're going to have a hard time with your Alpine radio not getting into CarPlay and other settings like that. It gets real annoying. Franklin, it's on back order because the dash kits that we have aren't the right ones. So I'll show you what I'm talking about real quick. Actually, right here. Alright, so Franklin, in the video, the dash kit that you saw has a matte finish. The matte finish kits, we got sent the wrong ones, and then the matte finish kits, the ones that we got, we had to use. So we have like 6 of these left. And China's not going to open up till February 20th to give us the new ones. So we're only stocked with these shiny ones. So no one wants these shiny ones. So right now it's on back order. We are able to transform these to this. So you take this, you strip some of it off, and then you can repaint, and it'll look like this. So here are the 2 finishes. But people don't like this finish too much. People definitely don't like this. They want the matte one. So right now it's on back order because of that. These kits aren't the right color. So we're stuck waiting until February 20th. Well, it's going to be a little longer than that. It's probably not going to be till the beginning of March before we get those kits that are the matte finish in stock. Right now this is all we got. So this isn't what was in the video, and most people don't like this, so it shows on back order instead of available. All right, back to the Alpine. My screen's all right, cool. Now let's get started with this. Crazy. All right, so the same thing as the other radio harnesses. We remove the speaker wires because speaker wires confuse people when there's loose wires on the harness that you don't have anywhere to connect to or don't need to connect. People get confused. Um, Not everyone, but people who like this is their first time or maybe their second time, they haven't done this in a while. It does get confusing for them, and those are usually our customers. So we always remove them. And you saw on the Boston, on the Jensen, I pulled them out because it takes way too long to unpin. On the other harnesses that are like this, your Alpine, your Kenwood, your Pioneer, they're pretty easy and pretty fast to unpin, so we just unpin them. And then people's concern is usually like if you remove those speaker wires and then I need to use this for a different car, what am I supposed to do? Um, your radio came with the harness that it came with. It's this exact same harness that you can use instead of using this one. So this one's only specific to this install. And you could still reuse it if you were doing like an amp install and a radio install in another car. So um, yeah, it's not like a one-time thing. You can reuse it. Come on. Sometimes some of these are just super stubborn. But you can't ever yank these out because if you yank these out, it ends up like breaking it, kind of. I don't know how to explain it properly. Like, it just doesn't look good. There we go. My lifestyle is driving me crazy. All right, cool. So all those are out. Get this out of the way. So your Alpine harness is going to be a little different. On the 670 and the newer Alpines, they finally changed it. Alpine used to do this weird thing where this orange white wire is not illumination, it's reverse. Now they changed it to make purple white. But the Maestro, where we get our harnesses from, still makes them orange white, but this is your reverse trigger. This is an illumination. It should be purple white. I know it's not, but just know that that's not illumination. It's your reverse camera trigger. And then blue yellow is your parking brake wire. Most of them make them green. They still make it blue yellow. So just know that those two things are always different with your Alpine. Um, Sales, name you. And the last thing I'd want is for my product to be great, but for the wrap to fail or the stickiness of the wrap to leave some residue or something, and someone blames us for that. But I don't think that's a bad idea. I think they might actually sell it already because that's the Honda screen that's compatible for the TSX. But if you look on their Honda Accord, you might be able to find it or a screen wrap for it already. Because that's not a bad idea at all. This lifestyle is driving you crazy. Oh, another thing about Alpine radios, since they don't have an illumination wire, sensor on the face of the radio, and the light sensors will auto dims the radio. So you don't have to hook up the orange wire. And I'm going to show you what orange wire I'm talking about. Because remember, this is for the backup camera triggers, orange white. So then this has an orange wire. This orange wire doesn't get hooked up to anything. That's only on your Alpine that they're different. Like its own little quirk that you have to remember. I've hooked up this orange wire to orange before, and then I've gotten the phone call where someone's like, "Hey, when I turn my headlights on, the radio says no signal. Do you know what I did wrong? What could be going on?" And I'm like, "No signal with the headlights on." I'm like, "No, are you sure?" And then we go through the whole troubleshooting thing, and then I'm like, "All right, let's look at the harness." Are the orange wires hooked up? Yeah, it's orange, white to orange. Okay, we messed up and that should not be connected. Can you please cut it and that'll stop your issue? I think that's happened like a good 2 or 3 times. So now I know for sure not to do it. But another thing, since this is an 0708, 0708 has a separate antenna. Normally, this antenna used to be completely separate, but the turn on for the antenna used to be right here, this blue wire. They moved it in the 0708, so it's only one connector, and then this blue wire has nothing on the other side of it, so we remove it. Otherwise, you end up with 3 blue wires to one, and there's no reason because this blue wire on the other side, the plug that goes in here, there's no wire there. So on the 0708s, we just remove them. Yeah, I feel bad for those dogs, man. They're just not comfortable in those beds. But if I try to put them to bed in the room, then they're gonna want to come be here with me, and then they're gonna wake the baby and my wife up. So they have to stay in here with me, and they gotta sleep on those beds. It just is what it is for now. I'm almost done, guys. I got 2 more. No, I got the subs. So I got like 4 more, but they'll be fast. You guys just gotta wait it out. This lifestyle is driving me crazy. I wonder why American companies. Well, no, Metro. I can't say that because Metro has made dash kits. Metro has supported the Acura brand. Aftermarket radio companies or aftermarket installation accessory companies don't support Acuras for some weird reason. I wonder what that is. I wonder if they have figured out something I haven't. Maybe they have because they're way bigger than we are, and I'm sure they have a reason not to like try and enter this market as much. This lifestyle is driving me crazy. Alright, cool. Excuse me. I'm getting sleepy again. Alright, so your Alpine, like your Jensen and your Dual, has 2 separate blues. So solid blue goes to your antenna. Blue white with your parking brake bypass goes to the gray plug. So remember that. Otherwise, you're not going to have audio when you're supposed to have audio. And that's real annoying to have to figure out where the wiring went wrong. Excuse me. I've gotten that phone call too. Hey, I only have audio when I put the radio. What do you mean? So like if I put AM radio or FM radio, then I have. But like if I go to Bluetooth, then there's no sound. That's weird. That radio's brand new? Yeah, the radio. Okay. Only on AM, FM. So it can't be the amplifier because you have sound. It has to be some setting in the radio. Can you check the settings in the radio for any amplifier control? Look up the manual. Nothing. And then, okay, let's check the wiring. Maybe we'll like have a faulty connection or something. Oh yeah, so all the I have all my wires to the blue wire, and my blue white wire doesn't have anything. Oh, okay. So when you put AMF, the Alpine radio puts out 12 volts on the solid blue wire because it needs to turn on your AM FM booster. But then when you get out of AM FM, it turns the 12 volts on that wire off because you're not listening to the radio anymore, so you don't need the booster on. So we need you to change the blue-white wire to go to the blue wire on the gray plug, and now you'll have audio when you're supposed to. Okay. Oh wow, that fixed it. Yeah, it's just the way Alpine does it is the blue wire only has power output when the when you're listening to the radio. All other times it turns it off. I've had that phone call, and I've been the cause of that phone call by wiring something incorrectly. So watch out for that. Don't um, mess up your blue wires on your Alpine radio because it's super important. Otherwise, you're going to end up with that situation, which is kind of funny, but not funny when you're like trying to solve it and you have someone who's already mad because you're like, this is supposed to be plug and play. Like, why am I having these issues? Like, I thought you guys knew what you were doing. And then you're trying to explain you do know what you're doing, but this, someone made a mistake. People don't want to hear, bro. People do not want to hear about that. They want you to fix it, and they want you to have a solution now. But that's how you learn, and that's how we got in here, by making those mistakes, having those phone calls. So now when someone calls me, I know what questions to ask right away to help them solve their problem as fast as possible and not waste time troubleshooting things. Because something I hate, like having an IT background, something that I really hate is when you yourself have done some troubleshooting and then you tell the person, hey, like, obviously I'm not super technical, but I did read some of your steps and I did some of the troubleshooting that you guys recommended. So like I already restarted my computer, I restarted my router, I disconnected this, I did that. So what are my next steps after that? And then the person who's helping you goes, okay, well, let's start with the first steps. How about you disconnect this, restart your computer, reboot this? And you're like, I already did all that, and that didn't do anything. And then you follow through and you still do it. And then they're like, okay, well, after doing those steps, it shows that in our documentation or blah, 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 you can't do anything else. We have to send a technician. We have to do this. And it's like, what was the point? If I already told you everything I did, why couldn't you have just told me that from the beginning instead of wasting my time? So when people call us and I have like a technical phone call, I like the fact that I have done most of the installations that people are trying to do, so I can ask the right question to get to the solution the fastest instead of like running down some manual asking generic questions trying to figure it out. And I feel like that's one of the benefits to dealing with us, because I'm not the only one who can do that. The other tech guy can do, the other tech guy ever can also do that. Like he can ask you like, okay, well, you're installing subs, you have a rattle, you have a 2008 Acura TL. We're not going, okay, you installed subs with subs. Okay, what amp is it? Where are you getting the signal from? Okay, and is it turning on and off with the car? Is there a delay when it turns off? No, I have a 2008 Type L type. I have a 2008 Acura TL Type S. I added subs. I had this weird rumbling. Okay, can you put your windows down and then see if you get the rumbling again? No, with the windows down, I get the rumbling. That's weird. Okay, so it's the ANC. So below the center speaker or behind the dash vents, there's the ANC connector and the ANC module. Just disconnect it and that'll stop the rumbling. You see how easier of an interaction that is than someone going through the manual book of, okay, well, if you're having rumbling, it could be feedback from your subwoofer. So it could be your ground. And where did you ground your amplifier? Okay, what model amplifier is it? What subwoofers are you using? Where did you get the signal from? It's because we specialize in Acura. We have that background information. We've done the install. So like, if he would have said, "Oh no, I disconnected the ANC," then we would then start working through like the manual workup or the next step. But normally with the Acuras, we find that the problem that people call about, we've already found the solution to, and asking the right questions can get them to the solution way faster than like traditional just down the line troubleshooting. All right, so remember, it's an Alpine. Alpines, you don't hook your oranges up. They're gonna stay loose just like this. This one, I'm gonna leave out the tape. You will see. This one's gonna stay inside the tape. I'm just gonna apply my heat shrink. Cool. I got a little bit of electrical tape. My lifestyle is driving me crazy. Alright. Yeah. Every time that I do 0708 harnesses now, I think about the 2-star review this guy just recently left, saying how when he plugged it in, it just came apart. And I couldn't get enough information from the guy to figure out what happened. So I don't know how it just came apart. And every time I do one, I'm like trying to think, like, how would this have just come apart? Like, if I'm installing this, I plug it in and it just comes apart. I'm like, where? Like legitimately, not like rhetorical question. Like legitimately, he said he plugged it in, and then it just came apart. So like, did the pins come out? Did something get pulled? Like, I'm legit asking myself, and I can't figure it out. And I hate that I think about it, because I'm like, bro, the guy just didn't know what he was doing, is what I think. But I don't like to dismiss customers like that. I don't like to dismiss customers like, oh, they did something wrong. I'd like to figure out what the cause is so that it doesn't happen to another customer. And this has happened to another customer before, where he said that something ripped, but he admitted that it wasn't when he plugged it in. It was when he pulled the radio back, like he pushed the radio back in. This probably got caught and it ripped. So I wonder if that's what happened to this guy. But he did not admit that. He said it just ripped. So I don't know. I'll take this one a little more carefully and make sure that doesn't happen to this guy. Also, the ILX is a lot slimmer radio, so even if he was pushed back, it's not going to jam against anything. The other guy did do a full-size double din, so maybe that had something to do with it. I'm not sure. We will see. Shout out to my one watcher. Appreciate you right now, keeping me company. Oh, no, see, I'm screwing up. Remember, I said Alpine orange wire stays out because that's the backup camera trigger wire. So if this guy wants to install a backup camera, he's going to need that wire. Alright, so remember, the tape always ends up here, so if you need to undo the tape, this is a 0708, so you have these 3 harnesses instead of 0406 where it's only 2. Again, you want to be careful when you're plugging this stuff in and then putting your radio back, shove it in there and undo wires and stuff. The Alpine is going to have since this is a 670, we need to prepare this for the customer because they have to make this connection themselves. But on the 670, brown needs to go to SWC1. So it has a wire on the back labeled SWC1. And this is the difference between the Alpine now than the Alpines of the past, where this wire didn't need to be connected before. Before, you just hook this straight into the back of the radiator. 670, you need to hook this up to SWC1. So I'm leaving that ready for the customer. And I'm just going to zip tie this out of the way real quick, make it a little bit cleaner. Appearance matters for harnesses, especially when you're dealing with people. We're dealing with DIYers or people who aren't as familiar with this stuff. So when something looks out of place or it looks wonky, they question it, and then they question. They're not familiar. They don't know what they're supposed to get, and they don't know how it's supposed to work. So when they get something that looks funky, or like they don't have reference, if it looks bad, they then think it's bad, even though it's going to work perfectly fine, if that makes sense. So try to make sure the appearance is good, because it will throw some people off. All right, so here's our harness for our Alpine. We get our AXWC and then our dash cam. Alright, baby, 9 orders. I just realized we haven't got the whole time we've been on stream. We need to get another order, guys. We need some orders for tomorrow. But alright, cool. We got a complete kit for a Pioneer and a backup camera. Why did he go always on? Okay, alright, let's figure out this backup camera situation first. All right, so this customer got a backup camera. We're sending him the license plate light mount, but in here is also a universal mount and the license plate bracket mount. Then he's doing an always on install. So always on requires power from the front of the radio. So this RCA, you can see, only has a red wire. This RCA has a yellow and red wire, which means it can carry 2 power sources. So we're swapping that, and that is what makes the camera now, instead of only reverse only, it is a full always on installation. That the other wire we need is here. Yep, yeah, so we're good. Now it's just so our camera is good. Let's go get our wiring harness. So this is a Pioneer. So we have the dash kit. We got the box. That's the side. Alright, so now we got a Pioneer radio. This is a AVH 2300 NEX. Pioneer radio harnesses are probably what we do the most of. So I know this harness like the back of my hand. I know most of the harnesses pretty well now. But this one is pretty simple. Just like the Kenwoods earlier, almost all the same rules apply. But this one only have a single blue. Yo, what's up? KC signed off for the night. Am speakers. I've heard good things. I heard that the full cal, and that they make really good speakers. I did buy a set to test them, but I bought like a low end set, so it didn't feel like anything different than what was on the market. But I have heard, but I haven't been able to test their higher tier stuff. You know, I'm not a blam dealer, and then to invest money just to test something, it doesn't. We don't have that kind of money out here. So I've heard good things. If you have some feedback, I'd like to hear your feedback on it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's not super crazy yet. It's better than the freaking what was that Minecraft stream we had before. We've done a couple test streams now. We just need to get a better. So I'm using an iPhone, the front camera of an iPhone for this camera that you see me on. I think if I flip it, I can get better quality. Also, I just need a better camera. I need a capture card and stuff. I need to spend some money on some streaming equipment, but you know, build an audience first, spend money second. Like this will work, and you can see what I'm doing, which is the most important part. But alright guys, so we have an 0708 harness. So 0708 is going to have these 3 plugs, blue, this gray, and the antenna. We're doing a Pioneer radio. all Pioneer radios after like 2020, I think 2016 honestly, but like 2020 is when it started catching on that they all have this connector right here. So this connector, any Pioneer radio from 2020 on till now 2025 uses the same connector, and it's pinned the same, but they do add extra wires depending on the radio. But for our use case, we'll be fine. I'm just gonna take the speaker wires out. Instead of pulling these out, we unpin them because they're pretty easy to unpin. So what's up? What's up, YouTube? Welcome to the stream. Right now we are working on a customer order. They ordered a wiring harness for a Pioneer radio for a 2008 Acura TL. They also got a backup camera, always on fixed parking lines, meaning the parking lines will not move. Always on means they can hit the cam button and they can view the camera anytime. So if you're at a light or something and someone's like too close to behind you, you think you can hit the cam button and see exactly how close they are, or get their license plate info or whatever you want to do. And right now what I'm about to do is I'm about to add the parking brake bypass. So on your newer Pioneer radios, if it has a GPS antenna for wireless CarPlay, it is not going to listen to the bypass to know you're not in motion. It's going to listen to the GPS antenna from what I'm understanding. There is a way to beat the system. If you look up the 5-star car stereo Pioneer parking brake bypass video, they show you kind of how to cheat the system. It doesn't work on all Pioneer radios, but if it works on others, you're good. If not, you're going to need a switch and to not be moving, because if the GPS picks up that you're moving, it will not let you watch video. You can still use CarPlay, it's just for video it will not work. And the parking brake bypass is mostly so that people can watch video. You can watch the video on a USB or on a DVD while driving. It's like a big thing for some people. Crazy. Cool. So we got our parking brake bypass in there. This brown wire on the Pioneer for us is the reverse trigger. On your Pioneer radio, if you're using the OEM harness, it's going to be purple white and not brown like ours. Come on. Something no one told me about live streaming is how I don't talk this much ever. Like, talking for 3 hours hurt. Like, my voice feels like I'm losing my voice. I don't know how to explain. Like, I guess my voice box is overused. Because who the hell talks this much? How can you just... how can you just talk this much, honestly? Like, I don't know how to stream. It's different in this dynamic because I'm answering questions, right? Or I'm telling you about something that I'm working on. But to just sit in front of the camera and just talk, it's exhausting. Yeah, but like, See, I read the chat, right? So I'll take a break. I won't say anything. I'll wait for something to pop up on chat, or maybe if I'm like really trying to explain something, to just hear myself talk, like what, or what do you? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what it could be. I just people are all different, so I'm gonna leave it at that. Some people love to talk, others don't. Yo, but that's what streamers are like. How you get? Well, I guess because they play video games too. So like, if I was playing a video game, then I guess that'd be different. Like, I could go long periods without talking because you're watching the game. You feel me? So like, you might just want a little bit of commentary. But like a stream, like I don't know. I don't watch a lot of streamers. I remember it's like a whole controversy with like what are they called? What are they called? What are they called? Bathtub streamers or tub streamers or something like that. Where like it's like women who are like trying to peddle people to their OnlyFans. So like they'll go on Twitch and just talk, but they're like in a bathtub or something, or like provocative clothing. I haven't experienced it myself. I just remember seeing headlines. So like, how could she just sit there and talk, or does she not? Does she like make you like try to like look at her? I'm trying to think of another example. I don't know. I guess the streamers are just chill and talk. But I just feel like for 8 hours a day, bro, that would be exhausting. I like silence. Yeah, yo, that's probably what it is, man. That's probably what it is. That's probably exactly what it is. I'd rather be listening to music. Oh, do you by chance know what the rules are for music streaming? Like, if I play any music, do they just not monetize the stream? I don't really care about the monetization, but like, am I gonna lose any features from like playing music? I'm not even talking about like copyright music. Like, let's say I want to just listen to like some AI generated crap that's just like calming. Can I play it and not lose any, like, not be punished by YouTube kind of thing? I don't care about the monetization. I don't care if whoever takes the money for it, but I would not like to get banned or lose some streaming functionality or something like that. I need to look into that. But I figured I'd ask anyone here if they maybe knew. Oh, nah. See, I was about to fuck this all up right now. So I'm getting ready to solder, but I only put heat shrink on one set of wires. Damn, son. And I did all good twists too. Damn. So now I gotta undo it all. That's how I could tell I'm getting tired, because like that's a rookie mistake. And remember earlier I said I do these harnesses every day. I know this harness like about to make the most rookie mistake. Solder all the wires with no heat shrink, and I have to cut them like a lube. Um, but I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that 100%. Because like in a video, you know, Well, I guess it depends what kind of live stream it is. Like, if you come here to just chill, then yeah, of course. But like, if you're coming to a live stream, like, nah, like, this guy got to do something. Like, what is he doing? There's a different vibe. Because like in the video, when you click the video, you see the thumbnail, you see the video title. You're like, install or how to do this or how to do that. You know what you're gonna get out of that video or what you expect to get out of that video. I feel like with streaming, it's more like, I don't know. I feel like you can, like, why am I here kind of thing. Like, I don't know, man. I'm thinking too much into it. It's getting too late at night. I need to just chill out. All right, we were talking your opinion. 3G TL, so third generation, or second generation? Which is the better generation? Definitely not the fourth, so don't even bother bringing it up. Definitely not the fourth, but second or third, and why? That's facts. That's facts. Big chillax, baby. So what's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Third generation Acura TL, so 0408, or second generation TL, 99 to 03. Which one is better and why? Alright, cool. I didn't forget my heat shrink this time, so now we Gucci. Now I can hit it with the heat. Because third gen, man, it's where it is. Because I don't know, but if you run into someone with a second gen, they're gonna tell you the second gen. It's funny like that. But if you run into someone with a fourth gen, they're not gonna say it's the fourth gen unless they're delusional. Because like, come on, come on, look at your car, guy. Come on. No hate to the fourth gen. It's a dope car. Don't get me wrong, it's a dope car, but it doesn't top the 3G. Ooh, them shits. Ooh. All right, so this is a wiring harness for an 0708 Acura TL to a Pioneer radio with a parking bypass, and it is completely plug and play. The only thing that if you want to add subs, you will need to wire tap the blue wire on this harness. So there's a blue wire here, there's a blue white wire, or this blue wire here is what you would wire tap to turn on your subs. Everything else in play, you're just going to hook up one side to the car, the other side to the radio, and then there's one connector that goes to the AXWC. I'll show it to you in a second. Let me finish taping. I forgot to do that. if you need to remove the tape always ends at the connectors. So if you need to remove the tape, if you're trying to remove it here, you're gonna have a hard time. Always ends here. And then here's the connector for the AXWC. This plugs into the back of the Pioneer under WR. So everything's completely plug and play. These are 3 connections that plug into the radio. I'm sorry, these are 3 connections plug into the car. This plugs into the radio. And then your AXWC plugs in right here. I'm just gonna fold this out of the way. Yeah, there was a guy before talking about he wants to build all-wheel drive TL. I think I've seen someone actually do that in the group. Like someone made all-wheel drive, if I remember correctly, but I don't remember 100%. But yeah, no, it'd be dope. But I've never actually. I drove a customer's car, but not for long. That was SH all-wheel drive. Yeah, I don't remember it driving that great, to be honest. People say it handles better, but I don't know for sure. But okay, so here's my harness, all ready to go. The AXWC, it's gonna plug right in here. This is gonna plug into the radio again, and this is gonna plug into the radio under SWC or WR, depending on the model of the Pioneer. And we're all set to go, man. Here's our dash kit. So this right here is our complete kit. Has the AXWC, has a plug and play harness. And then he also got a backup camera. So this is the backup camera. It comes with multiple mounts. A universal mount. Where the hell is it? Ah, crap. Let's give myself a paper cut, man. God damn it. So it comes with a small universal mount. It's going to start bleeding. Yeah, I gave myself a nice paper cut just now. It comes with the license plate light mount. And it comes with the license plate bracket mount. All ready for him to use, and he wants a always on installation, so all the in here so that he can easily install the camera and make it always on, so he can hit the camera button at the radio and the camera view will come up instead of it only coming up when he's in reverse. Yeah, that I do wish too, man. There's no reason why they shouldn't fold down, honestly. Because, like, you have that little centerpiece that folds down, and, like, the Accord seats are extremely similar and they fold down. So it was just a choice, but I think it was to make the cabin quieter, honestly. So, my bad. I'm talking through my stomach. I agree with you. They should have made the seat fold down, but I think they did it so they can make the cabin quieter, because the Honda Accord has like the same seat setup and that folds down, so it doesn't make sense why they couldn't double it for the TL, especially when so many parts are the same. And my bad about the noise. It just is what it is. Let's go. We got 8 left, and we're about to knock these 3 out. That just leaves me with this radio kit. What is this radio kit for? It has navigation, which means it probably has the Bose system. I gotta reach out to that customer first. Actually, wait, I can't even ship that. I have no idea. Alright, so now we move on to the sub. Alright guys, so I got 3 sub orders, but I got 2 subs. The rest of the subs are coming in on Monday. So I'm just gonna go by who has the latest order, obviously. That's true. I agree with you. It is very good at keeping audio in the car, and a lot of people say like it's not loud enough from outside the car. People want to show out, so they want their car to be loud from the outside, and the TL is not good for that. The TSX is because it has more speakers. But all right, so we have these plug and play subs, right? We've been selling them forever. It's the kicker sub. It's the dual 4-ohm voice coils, so you can wire it down to 2 ohms. It's the 50 CWCD84. It used to be 44 CWD4, and then they updated the part number. In here, you get your little marketing from Kicker. Then you're going to get the bracket that's specific to your sub. So there's 3 separate actually 4 now. There's this right here, this bracket. This is all newer Acura, 09 to 2020. This is the bracket. This one's ABS metal. It's 100% infill, so it's like, it's solid. Like, I'm putting force, it's solid. Then there's a metal one. So this is the metal one. And this one, I think it's 4mm stick, and it's 8, and this is 4. And they're, here you can see the thickness difference, right? So these 2 exist. Then there's another. I'm just gonna get it. Let's go here. All right. So then there's this one. 04 to 08 TL. There's no metal one for this. Has to stay this thick because of this way the screws are for the sub, the way the sub mounts on top of this. It's hard to explain, but these resurface holes, the screw needs to go all the way down, so it needs that clearance. Making this out of metal this thick is too expensive. At least not like you're gonna pay like $80 for this, the same price as the sub. Like, we can make it, I just don't see the market for it. Then I told you there's a plastic one, 99 TL, and then the RL 5 to 13 RL mount. This is what it looks like. Kind of pretty much this, honestly. if you overlap them, but it is a little different as you. Along with the actual mount is going to come some foam. This is to put between the bracket and the metal of the car. It's sticky on one side, so you attach it to the bracket, and then this squeezes down as you tighten the bracket down, and it'll seal and stop any rattle. Then we have these specific screws now that we're shipping that bite into plastic and make threads in plastic a lot easier. They're silver like this. They're a little bit longer, but they work very well. So these are the ones that we're shipping now. Yours might still have the black screws. They work fine too. It's just we found that this is the better solution, and we're shipping these screws. But they're hard to find, these screws. They only sell in small quantities, so sometimes we don't have them. Sometimes we ship you the black screws, but right now we're using these. And then you have your actual sub. So here's the actual sub. And then when you buy the sub, it comes wired. And what that means is these terminals right here take wire into them. So you push down, you're able to pull a wire in or out, push it in. And then this is the connector that almost every Acura except the RL and the 99 TL don't have. Every other Acura is the connector you're going to use completely plug and play. You just take this, take the bracket for your car, install the bracket, then take the sub. Come on. What the fuck? Okay. Come on. I don't get what. Like, you're not made for this? Come on, buddy. Really made for this. Jesus. Okay. It's a snug fit, but that's what you want. And then this is what you end up with mounted in the car. And there's a whole video on these installations and how this all works and samples and stuff. But this is what we're packing right now. We've got to make 3 of these. Well, 2, because we only have 2. But also, subs are another thing that once you plug them in, they're not returnable. Very easy to blow a sub. It's hard to test if it's blown or not until we get it back. And then now we have a blown sub and you want your money back and you're going to claim that you didn't do it. But people are just like that. No, so the 0708 can be different. 0708 connector looks like this. I don't know why they decided to change it. But if we ever send you the wrong one, your sub has this and you can take it off your sub and complete the install, so you can do it that same day. You can still complain to us and yell at us for messing up, but you can get the install done because you could take this from your old sub instead of waiting for it to ship it to you. I have a 2004 Acura. Hold on, let me I'm gonna try to talk over this. It's crazy. It's dumb as fuck. This valve. Yeah. My bad. You took me not long to ship that. There's a lot of red flags with this order. The address is like really funky. The guy's last name is not a real last name, according to me. So my spidey senses is off with this order. So took a couple little extra precautions, double check some stuff. It looks like we're good, but since this is a sub, it's over $100. We did put a signature required, so whoever ordered this has to sign for it, so we make sure it gets into the right hands and they can't file a chargeback kind of thing. All right, in terms of my TL, I have an 04 TL. It's a base model, but it's a Type S. Not really. It's a 6-speed though. It does have the Brembo brakes, non-nav because it's a base. Currently, it has the factory radio with that 9-inch screen because I'm testing that. Has our plug-and-play amp. Has the kicker sub, and it has. No, I'm lying. It has factory sub, factory rear speakers, and then in the front I have the JBL woofers that we sell in the JBL tweeter. So I have the plug and play amp and the JBL front speakers. I had the kicker woofer in the back, but I wanted to check performance of the factory system with the 9-inch screen, so I put all the factory stuff back there. But before I had JBL around with the kicker sub, I had what like I usually recommend to people is plug and play amp, the JBL setup all around. You get more than enough bass. Like when you're not crazy, you're not looking for crazy bass. It's good. And then JBL speakers are loud and clear. And I like that system. Crazy money into the audio system in my car. My wife thinks I should though. Like I should build it out and make it like a demo car, but. It is a demo car. Those are products we sell, Those are products that sell the best and are solid products. So, but she was saying like do something crazy. Well, I'm gonna do something crazy to my car and be like, nah, but buy this basic stuff. I was saying earlier I had a '99 F-150. I wanted to get crazy with that, but I ended up having to sell it. If you're wondering what I went to do is I went to go grab the prints out of the printer and set new prints to print. And then, believe it or not, this knife thing is to put like finishing touches on pastries, but it works very well to separate your prints from their rafts. I think these are called rafts. I don't remember. I haven't done 3D printing like official work in a while. They work very well to separate. And we print everything on a raft so that it gets good straight edges, because sometimes these like to lift up the corners and then it just does not look good. It'll still seal well, it just doesn't look good, like it doesn't look professional. Sometimes the tops are a little rough, but that's really not a big deal. Who cares about that? You're gonna mount a woofer to it. Like, as long as it's not uneven, it doesn't really matter if they're a little rough. Like this one you see is like completely, all the lines are good. Sometimes, no, these are pretty good. But sometimes like this little edge is a little rough, but it's completely flat, so it doesn't matter. Just gonna take a screw. So this is 49442. So these subs are gonna come. I'm shipping these orders now, even though I don't have the subs, because people like to get their tracking numbers, even though their order hasn't shipped. It's very common for someone to call, "Hey, I placed an order yesterday. Where's my tracking number?" And it's like, well, we don't ship on Sunday. And on Saturday we're a little behind right now, etc., whatever it is. But they just want the tracking number. They don't care. They just want to know you're going to ship it. You know, they don't know you. This is the first time dealing with your company. They just want to make sure they're not getting scammed. So if you give them that tracking number, you tell them, hey, here's your tracking number. It's not going to update till Monday night. At least puts them at ease. They know that they have a tracking number and that it's coming. But you will have the person who, like, you'll tell them, okay, it's not going to show an update till Monday night. And it's like Monday, 5 o'clock. They're like, hey, it's still not showing an update. You're like, yeah, you have to wait till like 10 o'clock at night for the update. Or if not, just close tomorrow morning. But we're not trying to scam you. It's just how it works. Like, I know you want your tracking number now. I can wait and ship these on Monday. But then you might get that phone call tomorrow. Hey, I placed an order yesterday. I placed an order 2 days ago. It still hasn't shipped. When will it ship? So you get people their tracking number and you tell them, hey, their tracking number will update on Monday night. I'm just writing comments on the box. I write the order number, and I also write what they're for, so that there's quick reference. You don't have to go pull the order up. Alright, YouTube, I have 2 orders that I can't do, but I guess I can do. It's another 5-channel amp and then another and then a 5-channel amp for a TSX. The thing is, I don't have the amps, but I could make the harnesses. But I don't know if I'm gonna do that. I'm tired. I'm not gonna be able to ship them till Tuesday anyways. Like, the amps won't be here till Tuesday. You can't do. You can't ship someone's order like and then hold it in limbo for too long. So like, if I ship that order Monday and then I tell them, hey, your tracking's not gonna update till tomorrow night, which is Tuesday night, most people are fine with that. They understand. But if I ship their order right now and then their tracking doesn't update till Tuesday night, they're not gonna be happy about that. They're gonna call Monday, hey, my tracking has updated. Tuesday morning, hey, my tracking still hasn't updated. Where's my package? And then by Wednesday, when they do show an update, it may or may not for the post office, and they're gonna be pissed off. They're gonna be like, just give my money back, like, you didn't ship my stuff, blah blah. So you gotta be careful if you're gonna pre-ship stuff, to make sure that you know that you're gonna get an update by a certain time. So like with these, what I'll do is I'll drop off at the post office to take one slip that scans all the packages. What I'll do with these two subs is I'm like, hey, can you scan these individually so that there's an update right when we drop them off on Monday, um, so that there's no delay. Because sometimes what will happen is they'll take the package, the post office will take the package, it'll go to a central hub, it'll get scanned, but it won't update on the website, and then it won't update for like 3 days. So you'll have a week of no updates. You're like, these people didn't ship my stuff. Like, what the hell? Why are they trying to scam me? And then the day of delivery, so literally the day you're gonna get it, you check in the morning, it says out for delivery for today. So no updates for a week and then out for delivery. And they do that a lot with ground packages, the post office. And we've had people where I'm like, hey man, like I'm telling you, I shipped your stuff. I have a receipt that I dropped it off. I'm not trying to scam you. Your stuff's in the mail. You're just gonna have to wait. Like the shipping option you chose says 3 to 5 days. Please wait the 5 days. I promise you'll get your stuff. And then usually within the time frame that it arrives. Sometimes it does go past the time frame, and those aren't easy conversations to have with people. Sometimes you're like stuck rerouting packages, or you have to send something new. There's just different ways to solve those problems, but I hate when those things arise. I wish the post office, as soon as you got the package, as soon as they got their package in the distribution hub, they updated it, because then it would make my life easier sometimes. Let me check the chat. I haven't checked the chat a little bit. Yeah, we have an amp. Sorry, Try. I did not look at the chat for a little bit. I was rambling. We have an amp. Let me show it to you. 1 second. It's just not as popular. Clean up my little mess here. Gotta be careful doing that, you'll poke yourself. I'm gonna put this back, put this away. Sorry guys, just turn this off. So look, this right here, yeah, if you run the JBL speakers, kicker sub, and the plug and play amp, it's gonna be good. It's gonna give you a good amount of bass. I think you'll enjoy it. If you're looking for like shaking your Windows bass, it's not gonna do that. But here's a JBL amp that lets you keep your center speaker, and it's set up for you to add aftermarket subs real easy. The thing is, most people don't like this setup, because if you're not going to run aftermarket subs, there's not enough output for the factory subwoofer. So the factory subwoofer right now from the factory amp gets about 60 watts. This will put out 60 watts as well, but then there's no upgrade to your sub channel. With the 5-channel plug and play amp, there's a huge upgrade to your sub channel. People really notice that. Also for your voice, this is only going to do 60 also, which is going to be a little bit of an upgrade. This has really powerful software to make your sound exactly how you want. And then, because it has 8 channels of output, you can run subs right off this amp, no additional complicated wiring. It is plug and play. It's just not as widely wanted. We don't market it a ton, but the people that have bought it have expressed that, like, oh, I wish there was more sub. I don't want to run aftermarket subwoofers. I want to run the factory sub. And this doesn't have enough output for that. So maybe there is an amp out there. I don't think there is. We've looked, but there's no amp out there that's going to have a subwoofer channel and a center channel that are different power, that are solid. So like when you get a 6-channel amp, the last 2 channels usually are the same power and the same frequency. They can't be independent of each other. Meaning, like, if you were to take front left, front right, running on channel 1, channel 2, channel 3 is rear left, channel 4 is rear right, then sub and center are channels 5 and 6. Each channel 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6 are linked together for their crossover and their sound production. So like whatever your sub is making, your center is going to make. You don't want that. It's going to sound terrible. So then whatever your center makes, your sub's going to make. You don't want that. Your sub's going to sound terrible. So there's no amp that has that split unless you start looking at DSP amps, and then you bring your price way up. This is like the cheapest DSP amp that can do all that properly, but it's just not as popular because the subwoofer output just isn't as strong for the factory sub or an aftermarket sub. So that's why these don't sell as much. I think we've had this amp for 2 years or a year and a half. 2 years. 2 years. We still have one new 2 years old that has not sold because again we don't market them that much. This is our sample. The other ones like rap. We don't market them that much, but when we do sell them, people aren't really that happy with them because of what they were expecting, and it's hard to communicate that without video. Like if you just see this in the listing, I put you not as loud as the factory, why would you buy it? But yeah, sorry about that rambling. Just wanted to tell you we do have it. Alright, YouTube. Before I get out of here, I'm just checking out on some stuff. I have a package that got lost in New Jersey, coming from our other warehouse to here. It's a pair of subs. So like, I don't have enough subs. I would have had enough subs already if that package wouldn't have gotten lost. Then I have a package coming from China. They're on holiday, so it hasn't left Hong Kong. I don't think it's going to leave Hong Kong until they're out of holiday. So that gets delayed. I ordered those. Took care of that. Let me just check my email real quick. All this is good. That's good. Yeah, no worries, man. Have a good night. And thanks for tuning in. I'm not getting off here. I got to package one more thing. The cases are done. I'm going to show you something real cool. So with the power 3D printing, we're able to make our own cases. So this case right here is for the video converter that we use for the TSX screens, and we'll be using in the future for all their screens. This will hold the converter that takes video, RGBS video, and converts it to video that your screens can use. So here's the converter that we're using, and this was ghetto, but it works. You can see it's super glued in there. There's a converter in there, and then this was kind of jammed on here. We have to super glue this closed. That's why it broke. But this is what we were shipping as to really everybody. It wasn't even a bad tasting thing because like it's secure in there. It's not going in. Disable easy. You can take the board right out, so no super glue. This is a better way. It's just we need to make sure these worked, and these cases were on Amazon and made the most sense to get launched quickly. When you're prototyping, you want to use stuff that's already out there. You don't want to spend time and money on stuff to make like this I want to say this can sound ridiculous, but took 12 hours to make, to design and stuff, and it still needs a couple tweaks. But yeah, power 3D printing. So these cases Or for the ELS. We've had these for a while. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Getting this off is going to be a freaking pain. They never want to come off these things, man. And those of you who know about 3D printing, the reason why this is happening is because this is for an E2 printer. This isn't the right mat or surface for it, but the stuff that they try to sell you is crazy expensive. This works. It's just this is the one print that I have not recalibrated correctly, so it sticks too much. I just broke it, and this is why I need to. Also, these need a redesign, so they're not as frail, but one step at a time here. One step at a time here. Let's get it off first. Come on, buddy. Okay. It's so ridiculous. I tell myself every time, I'm gonna fix this file. I'm gonna fix this file. And then this is the situation we end up in. I don't fix the file, I put it to print, and then I'm stuck trying to take these out in the most stupid way. I just cut myself. Oh my god. Took a nice chunk of skin right there. Being an idiot and not fixing this file when I was supposed to. Now it's actually bleeding. Enough leverage. Nice. I lost a nice chunk. That's alright, I have more of these. This is why we buy these, because they're cheap enough. Oh, I'm really fucking... Don't you hate those situations where you can't blame anyone but yourself because you're the asshole who did it to yourself? I cut myself because I didn't update this file trying to take it off. And now I'm bleeding. And it's not really so much about the bleeding. It's the annoyance of not getting blood everywhere. So tight right now. And on top of that, I broke this case. These need to get a little bit more rigid, but still. And now they don't want to come off. Of course. And now I broke that. Oh my god. I'm about to crash out on YouTube right now. And there we go. I was about to say, these aren't peeling off. I just need one right now. I just need one. Alright, cool. That didn't break. Is it solid? Is this broken? No, okay. Come on, buddy. There we go. Yeah, these definitely need a redesign. But okay, this is the case that holds the ELS board. Let me grab one. Here's what the board looks like. This was custom made by us. This has the ELS firmware on it, so it controls the factory amp. It works with the knob. These go into here like so. They should click a little bit in place, and then this comes over the top. And we 3D print the cases, and they work well. They seal, like, there you go. They do need a little bit of tweak to make them a little stronger, but like once it's snapped in, you're not gonna unsnap it or try to open this, so it's good to go. But that's what I was trying to show you before I cut myself some of the prints. All right, this is the last order of the night. Let me make sure I don't get any blood on this guy's order. No, I got Where are we located? We're in Florida now. We're no longer in New York. Alright, so I'm going to set this job to print again. Before I do that, I need to clear this freaking stuff off of it without cutting myself again. There we go. So stupid. Try to level it out, pick the rest of the thing. Now we'll put this to print. But all right. But all right, YouTube, I appreciate y'all sticking with me through the live stream. I think it's been like 4 hours now. If you have any other questions you want answered before I go, I'm gonna wait like 2 minutes, let the chat catch up. And I'll catch y'all on Sunday. I'm gonna stream again probably, but not as long, maybe an hour or two. Today I needed to get these orders out. I want to spend some time with my family tomorrow, and I don't want to be answering questions about where's my order, or working on orders nonstop because that took about 4 hours, 10 orders or so. For a speaker sub adapter for a 2003 Acura TL. I think they're $20. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. One sec. That's it. What it looks like. And then it looks like this. There is a review on there that says, hold on, I'm just go read it real quick. Great idea, but none of the holes matched up. So we took that guy's feedback and we added like a slotted, not a slotted, but like a oval hole instead of a circular one because they used to be circular before. So sometimes, depending how you put it up, it wouldn't line up. So we took that guy's feedback, and the actual one you're gonna get is also a little thicker because the ones in the pictures are just a bit different. Um, it has like these. This wasn't enforced, so then once your subwoofer got going, it could kind of break it, but it's available. It's $24.99. Okay, everything's locked. But all right, guys, I appreciate you watching. I will see you on Sunday. And 2025 is the year of live streaming. I'm going to be making videos still. Don't get me wrong. I'm still working on videos. It's just there's so much information I haven't been able to share. I haven't been able to make videos on cars I don't have. And there's so much that I've learned and products that have been released that you would have no idea about. And these live streams will help to show you things behind the scenes you may not know of, help you highlight some and also share a lot of information that I don't necessarily have a video about, but I can communicate over video and show you some diagrams and stuff so that you can better understand how that information may help you. But I'm going to get out of here. Have a good night.